Alright, ladies and gents, as ever, my name is Shane, that's Shane's Games, and today we're going to be playing Apollo Justice Ace Attorney for the PC. This won't be our first time playing it, so if you want to see how we got to where we are tonight, or check out some of the other games I've played in the past, be them obscure, unusual, or nostalgic, feel free to check out my YouTube channel. But for tonight, let's go ahead and get into the game. Oh god, this one's complicated, but let me try and simplify it a little bit. Also, Kissa, you take care of yourself, we will see you around. And EP, I think we don't talk enough about how much of a bop this song is, but it's amazing. So, we are currently in the fourth and final case of the game. We are trying to defend the daughter of a forger, who is actually the actual art forger, which is complicated. And last stream, things got even more complicated as she herself was poisoned by someone while trying to talk about who she was making forgeries for. All she was able to say was, the devil, ominously. After that, we went back in time a little bit for flashback to find out how Phoenix lost his badge. Turns out it involved some more people than we thought that we actually knew, which is namely Trucy's biological father, Zach Gramery, who Phoenix was defending while he was on trial for murder. Phoenix ended up losing his badge due to being the worst attorney in the entire world, or as he puts it, someone set him up a trap. And Zach would have been convicted, but somehow he escaped from the courtroom using, I don't know, magic, because he's a magician. It's a video game, I'm not going to think too hard about it. Anyway, I don't know where we're even going to start out today, but we'll see. Where do we go from here? I don't know. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnifi Gramery's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant, Zach Gramery, go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? Sorry, what is... Oh, we saw this at the beginning of the game, I think. I don't know what it is, though. The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, final trial will begin. But first you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. 'Cause you're an idiot, Phoenix. I'm sorry, I'm trying not to dwell. It ended half-finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Use left bumper and right bumper to jump between the past and present. Well, let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. Right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. I think the one thing I don't understand is, like, what is the in-universe... What's happening in-universe here? Is this like it says the Mason system, like some sort of computer system. Is it? Like, what's happening here? What the hell is going on here? I'm very confused. Yeah, the music in these games is so good. I was talking yesterday, they had the original, like, gotcha music from the very first Phoenix Wright game. That's one of my favorite tracks in the whole series. It's just so good. And then he escaped because the plot demanded it. Oh, no shit. I would not have remembered the name of the first victim. That's insane. Holy crap. Is this a frog? What even is a frog? Oh, this is a system the jurists are using to view the trial. Interesting. Well, how are they have access to all this stuff? I don't know. I suppose now we just need to dig into it and see what we can see. So we start with 7 years ago detention center. See what things look like. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. And besides, I had plenty of time, thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. 7 years ago, detention center visitors room. What strange sight doth mine eyes behold? Excuse me? 2 men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languages within these plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano and a cold little hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? Shooting of Magnifi Grammary, for one. Who pulled that trigger? Volant or his partner Zach? I thought we established pretty clearly it was Volant. Partner vanished before the answer could be found. I don't think he did. I think we figured that out pretty conclusively. Like, the court didn't determine it, but like, we were there. Saw all the evidence. Oh no, Phoenix can never show people his badge again? He's gonna have to get like a little lapel button of something. Maybe that's what the that weird face on his hat is. That's his new badge. And he just shows people that. And then they're like, what am I looking at right here? And he's like, honestly, I don't know. I'm going through a tough time. Sorry, folks. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. All right. Let's see. What do I have in our inventory right now? All right. So we've got all the stuff from the trial. Except the forged evidence. We don't have that. Or no, we do have the forged evidence. Alright, so yeah, we got everything from the trial. Oh god, I mean, you know, you're not wrong. Roxana, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. And Groshin, welcome in. More time travel to not get our client off the hook. We did badly. How are you doing, Groshin? Hope you're doing well. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yeah, he made my attorney's badge disappear and he never even touched it. Glory's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet his very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? Zach Grammary killed Magnifi. It's as good as a signed confession. That's certainly been public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage. The time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away? As long as an audience waits with bated breath, there will be Volant. And also... Yes? Now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifi's repertoire is mine. Volant Grammary has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. Oh, God. So we're letting the murderer go. Awesome. Awesome. Hey, V6, good morning to you as well. How are you doing today? The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Volant. After all, you received one of those letters, too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnifi's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only Zach Grammary followed them. Let's not speak anymore of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what magnific grammar he had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? Trick up his sleeve? Perhaps you do not know. Know what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. I didn't think it'd be that easy. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. It can show me the locks on people's hearts. And if I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it. That's a gimmick from some of the earlier Phoenix Wright games. It's also the guy who thinks a great magician has no imagination. I have no idea what that sentence means. Why did he say that? What the hell? Yeah, back when we really should have kept a locksmith on speed dial. You'd think a lawyer could afford one, but no, we gotta use magic or something. Yeah, Apollo's goofy perception, at least you can, like, mostly explain away, because, like, that's the thing most people can do. You just look at poker tells, but the Magatama is just weird. Alright, let's see what we got here. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. That's what I'm gonna find. Task I'm gonna take a life, even one not long for this world. That's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales. And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess is it was a matter of life or death. I mean, literally, that's what it was. Holy, what? Care to explain? Your trope lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier, the better. Flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. I mean, like, they had a trick that involved prop guns. As they mentioned, it was a prop, but also they were functional guns. That seems pretty dangerous. Yeah, I think that's one of my least favorite points in the entire series, was the final trial of game 3, I think, where, like, you're presenting evidence from a ghost that's possessing someone, and the judge is like, yeah, that makes sense, that's fine. And, like, the opposing attorney's like, yeah, that makes sense, that's fine. What? Show him the corpse! Yeah, what are we gonna show him now that we don't have a badge? Show him your Denny's coupons! Oh, yeah, it is weird that Apollo's like, I'm really good at seeing people's poker tells. Because of my magic bracelet! Like, you didn't need to go there, guys. You really didn't. Yeah, also, like, the final case was insanely long. So that didn't help either. I mean, the position physically changed the body, but also that's really weird. No one's like, holy crap, that's really weird. They're like, oh, they're possessed. That makes sense. What? Take that! Why, that's one of ours. Specially designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot. What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Volant. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zack and Volant's quick draw shoot 'em. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shooting canceled because someone might get hurt? Of course, what other reason could there be? Well, it could have been canceled because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating, my Faustian forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? Performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot? I've chosen the right path. Just hope he walks it with me. Life was sacrificed so that the show might go on. And this shows who it was. Oh, jeez. Oh, you know, we actually haven't taken a look at the diary. I don't know what we can look at in here. If anything. Nah, all we can see is that last page that came up during the trial. The ripped out page. Now I see that everything has been a setup. Also, I would present forged evidence to the court. Alright, so that's all I get to see there. Alright, so... well... let's see, the original treatment of the Korean channeling is all over the place in terms of how the court treats it. Yeah, it's a little wild. Not really sure what to make any of that. Chaotic. It's very chaotic. Oh, jeez. Alright, so... I guess the question now is what we present. Ooh, alright. So I took a little peek at the guide because I'm like, I wonder what we have to present here. And, yeah, we don't have what we need. Turns out these don't go in the right order. So we're not just going to go down the line and solve all these. We need to get evidence from one to solve another. So yeah, we don't have what we need here yet. I may not have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. Alright, we know what we need here now at least. Let's back out of here. My mom used to love watching birds like fight over the bird feeder. So determined, so sassy. Ghosts seem like a pretty unremarkable deal. The court seems to think so, I guess. Alright, take care of yourself, Gaming Woman. We'll see you around. Alright, let's just head on to the next thing. We'll kind of go down the line here. So defendant lobby number 2. 7 years ago, District Court defendant lobby number 2. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way. This trial is over. Ah, Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Zack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I'm talking about this. Mr. Enigmar! The defendants escaped. Find him, quick! Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. I think there was another suspect that like bolted out of the courtroom once too, but I don't think he got far. I remember. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge, but now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir! Oh my god. Down your hands! Forward your head! Now! 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 What's the big idea? Oh, my ears. No unauthorized personnel aren't allowed here. That would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. What was that noise? I just say it like it is, sir. It's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago? No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There is no past. There is only now, sir. Okay. You're bailiff, right? Sir, yes, sir. Court bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. Oh, God, I do remember him. I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court to let the magician escape. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir. But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So, you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing? I'm dying over here! Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. I wasn't the only victim. Oh, God. Yeah, Meekins does not seem like the good people things happen to. He's mediocre people at best. Emperor, welcome in. How is everything going with you today? Hope you are doing well. Last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. It's alright. I wish I didn't have to tell you this. But last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir. Forced to start from square one, lowly bailiff. But your uniform. I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. It can't be illegal. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day. I'm dying over here! A star rises among the court bailiffs full of hope, then tragedy strikes. Is there anything you can tell me about it? Zach Gramarie's disappearance? Oh, the humanity! That's enough of that. He's exhausting. You're alive and that's a win today. Sometimes that's all you need to get to the next place, so that's good. I'm dying over here. I feel him at a deep level, definitely. Yeah, we should have kept the badge as a souvenir too. I'm sure that would have been legal, right? Well, yes, I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open, slam, and some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face! So, you saw something suspicious coming your way. Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk hat all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. Ah, there's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself. Nary a friend to call my own. Okay, and which way did Zach Gramarye run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up like this, and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember it like it was right here, because it was. Lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. It was just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying. I'm dying over here. Okay, I won't say it again, promise. But I have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir. How can he talk so loud and still be hiding something? Did that not set off? I didn't hear an alert there, hang on. I see bribe, I do not see alert. But where alert? There we go. Emperor, thank you so much for the gift sub to Officer Meekins. Oh my god, I can't believe that actually exists. Emperor, thank you so much for that. Meekins needs something right now. He's dying over here. Gift sub number 2,492 in the channel. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, there's no need for a diagram with a building like that. Holy crap, I was thinking it was going to be a much bigger diagram. Yeah, don't summon Meekins here. Luckily, as far as I know, his megaphone can't reach us here. Worked as it should until it didn't. All right, so we actually do have. I'm gonna click back over to the game. We actually do have the ability to look around. I don't think we're gonna see any hiding spots though. I actually took a nap on that couch once when I was still practicing law. Boy, was that a mistake. I never even sit on lobby sofas now. I never let my clients sit on them either. Bad luck. Yeah, sleeping on couches usually does bad things to my neck, it's true. I must have seen that painting 1,000 times, but I never really looked at it until now. I guess my head was too stuck in the trials. I never had time to stop and appreciate art. I have time now. Okay, let's appreciate. Actually, it's pretty lame. I knew it was coming, but that was amazing. The copium runs strong with this one. He's still in shock. He's coming to grips with things. He's working through it. You know, I think this was the lobby I used for my very first case. This plant has seen me grow from a rookie to an ace to a has-been. I hate you, plant. Just kidding. Can't even be mean to the plant. I guess this door was officially a prop in Zach Gremory's last show. Passed through that lobby and vanished, but to where? Choreographed that entire fateful trial according to his grand scenario. I hate magicians. Phoenix is definitely going through it right now. This is hysterical. Oh my god, alright. So, Zach was in this room when he vanished. Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. Eyes! That red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room. Silk hat, cape, that's Zach, all right. But sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir. What about now? Have any ideas? Sir! Do you smell what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking? Had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Have any idea what trick you might have used to disappear like that? Oh, god damn it, Meekins! Cyclops, I should have known. Ugh. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out. Hey! Ooh, what's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something, and I'm gonna find out what. Zach Gramarye vanished from this room. How'd he do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say. Sir? Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something, aside from the fact it's literally your only character trait? Well, sir, you see, at times, sir, I was here and... Listen, it was impossible. What could such a little girl possibly do anyway? Sorry, what did you just say? Sir, did I just say something, sir? No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm gonna have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking. Okay, Meekins, you don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in the room that day. I mean, it must be Trucy. The only thing that makes sense. Yerk indeed. Yerk indeed.
Take that!
That noise! That's my favorite sound effect in the entire series. I didn't know I had a favorite sound effect in the series, but now I do. I've never seen that girl until just the other day. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Sir! Sir, that day, she was here in the room, sir. But he wasn't. I mean, you chased her into this room, not him? Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician. 7 feet? That isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Gramarye. But you saw something, and therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. I don't think I have what I need for that either. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to back off. Alright. We're making progress though, bit by bit. Alright, so let's back out of here. And we'll move on to part 3, Wright and Company Law Offices. "7 years ago, Wright and Company Law Offices." Oh, morning, Daddy. I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? I'm fine, as always. Old boy is here to help me, after all. What's a young man to you? Good morning. It's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks. My first show's today, after all. Yeah, we saw all that before. 2 weeks had passed since then. I called her into my office. Aw. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. Hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I can look up some places you might want to stay at. This is so weird. Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you. Huh? Really? So, if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family? Huh? I guess so. Getting weirder. Mr. Attorney? Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you like. It doesn't have to be today or anything. Wow, we're moving fast here, Phoenix. Jesus Christ. I know I've known some people who like to wait like a year or two before they bust that out. You waited all of 20 seconds. Restraint. So neat, so spacious, so full of potential. Oh God, because lawyers can't lie. A little bit needy, a little bit needy. Sus. Okay, say, Daddy. Wow, that was quick. Yes? If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So thanks, Daddy. Oh, in this office, it's a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know? Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one little bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this. Trucy, how old are you? Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy. Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? Gotta speed this along for the players. Yeah, we don't have time to see them establish their relationship. It all happens now. Right now. So, Daddy, you got fired for being a lawyer, right? You can at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, Daddy. And Trucy is honestly hilarious. I think she's definitely my favorite sidekick, if nothing else. She's a little bit nuts, and I appreciate that. Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that. Actually, that's pretty accurate. So here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way. Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people. Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead. You mean like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent? You got me, don't you? I'm a professional. A professional? Yep. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Gramery. Directly descended? He's your father. Oh! And now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too. An 8-year-old just massaged my ego. You need it, Phoenix. You're desperate. No one in this universe knows anything about law except what the prosecution gets to do whatever they want. What does law school look like in the Phoenix Wright universe? I have so many questions. Can you tell me a little bit more about your daddy, Zach Gramery? Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy. Which daddy? What's that again? Daddy's so amazing. Biggest star of Troop Gramery, and they're big. Gramarys. They were on television a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it. Big magic happens when you put Zach and Volant Gramery together, you know? Once they made a giant waterfall right there on stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall. Let me guess, there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top? Wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic. Oh, I shouldn't have brought it up so soon. Phoenix Wright, not just the worst lawyer, the worst parent also. I wonder what'll happen to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone. Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother, nor have we, the player. But I have my magic, and a great daddy, even if he is unemployed. You know, I think things are gonna be okay. I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. Yeah, let's just needle that wound a little bit more. Let's see if we can re-traumatize the traumatized 8-year-old. Yeah! That's a great idea. Maybe Zach made Trucy with magic. That's gonna be the end of the game, is Trucy just pulls open her cape and it's just a cloud of doves that she's never seen again. And then Zach just leans into frame and goes, voila! Now that's a way to end a video game. Capcom, call me. So, Josie, you're a professional? Yes, it's like that thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs. They say that? I always thought it was funny, though. What was? Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid. Right. So in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy? That's right. Well, want to see a trick? You're gonna do a magic trick? Sure. I have nothing else going on in my life. Oh my god, Rookstead emote. Actually, I'd like to see your trick. Future of the agency depends on it after all. That's the spirit. Ready? Here it goes. Ta-da! Hey folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen. Ah! Whoa, that was startling. The amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great? Our friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service. It certainly makes an impression. Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy. Oh, my routines do get a bit heady at times. Ha! Get it? Heady. Friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. Trucy's favorite trick, startlingly realistic. In what way? In what sense? Golem! Yeah, dude's made out of wood. Where is she stashing this guy? And we get to look at him in the evidence now, though. Let's see how that works out. Oh, it just pulls up this picture is all. Yeah, who's thinking Mr. Hat's a real person? Let's just find them. Mannerisms are dead. Wooden. Could you tell me about your mommy, if it's okay? Mommy was so pretty. I like how they're still doing the exciting action music during the sad talking about dead mother scene. Might have missed a flag there, Capcom. She was like an angel up on stage. On stage? You mean with her daddy? Yep. She was always there with Zack and Volant smiling. Then he went away. Went away? It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. He vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back. Maybe so. I cried then, a lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here. Isn't that the locket Phoenix had at the beginning of the game? Hey, Phoenix, or Punisher, welcome in. No, I almost said Phoenix right there. No, Phoenix is in the game. Yeah, so now we're rifling through past evidence to see what we can put together. So yeah, basically just connecting the dots between the past scene from last time and the present. I mean, Phoenix is just kind of a nice guy, I guess. This is your mother? She's beautiful. Her name's Thalassa. Thalassa Gramarye. Poor girl. I didn't know her mommy had gone missing. And her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes. Hey, Daddy, you won't... Don't worry, I won't vanish, I promise. Right, you can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan. Yes, all I rate is a backup plan. Wow, savage. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that. It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow. What? But are we representing anyone? Me and you? Thanks too, Daddy. I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent. Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at. Well, when you put it that way. You mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket. We're gonna keep going? Okay, I'll think of something. That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy. Welcome to the team, Daddy-o. Team. Right. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. Oh, that's actually really sweet. Alright, so we've finished that scene. That's good. Oh, nice, Punisher! Perfect, perfect. Those are really fantastic. Really well done. Alright, so I think we have something that we need for the detention center now. We'll see when we jump back in. Do we have to do things over again? Or we just start where we left off. I don't remember how this works. Oh god, yeah, we have to start over from the beginning. It sucks. Alright, so we'll blitz through. He wants proof of the danger. So we show him pistol. Just, you know, use an actual live pistol on stage. That's pretty dangerous. Definitely a dangerous thing right there. But we implied that maybe the shoot-'em was canceled because someone got hurt. He was saying, who do you claim was shot? Was it Trucy's mom?
Take that!
But that's Zach Gramarie's wife and Trucy's mother. Alassa, I believe, was her name. Ah, Alex! Oh! I'll never get over that. Never. Not ever. So I missed a good chunk of the stream. What happened? Yeah, I have no idea who this guy is. You've probably seen him before. This is Volant Gramarye. Trucy referred to him as her uncle before. You may remember he had a beard in the present time. So this is him 7 years ago. He used to be the magician partner of Trucy's father, Zach Gramarye. And what we found out yesterday is that their mentor, Magnifi Gramarye, was on his deathbed. And he sent both Zach and Volant letters telling him that he wanted them to come to the hospital and shoot him in the forehead, and implying he had some sort of blackmail material on him. And what we proved in the trial is that Zach came to the room and put a bullet in a doll next to the bed, and then chatted with Magnifi for a while. And then Volant came in later and actually did the deed and killed him. So yeah, Trucy's uncle appears to be a murderer. So it got pretty wild, yeah. Really should have supplied more clowns. Yeah, only having the one seems like a mistake, definitely. Yeah, basically that trial where Phoenix was defending Zach Gramarye, Trucy's father, was where he lost his law license because, like, he took a piece of evidence that he had absolutely no chain of custody and no information about the provenance of, and presented it in the trial, and then they're like, oh, this is forged and isn't legitimate. And he's like, oh shit, maybe I should have, like, checked into that before presenting it in a murder trial in an actual court of law. And then he lost his badge because holy shit, of course he did. Because oh my god, why would he do that? But then afterwards, Zach was going to be convicted because of that. But then Zach just sort of vanished, magician style, from the courtroom, and it hasn't been seen since. Yeah, definitely this universe doesn't have any feelings about chain of custody. But like this time, he basically found the evidence on the floor, and it's just like, yeah, I'll present this in a murder trial, sure. But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial mode, eh? Lasso was at the greatest risk of being shot. Ah, oh, damn it. Alright, no, we still don't have what we need here. Alright, that one may come last then. We need a lot for that. Alright, so we still don't have what we need for number... Oh, no, we do have what we need for this. Possibly. I think we might. So let's hit him with the Magatama. We've got at least one thing we need. I don't know if we can finish it yet. It was handed to him by a literal actual child who got it from someone that she didn't know, and all of this happened literally seconds before the trial. And Phoenix is like, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I honestly like having a through line through the games. That makes everything tie together nicely. That is pretty cool, I think. Alright, so let's see what we got. We're trying to find out how Zach vanished. So initially he says he's hiding something, and then we find out there was someone else in the room. And we have to name his accomplice, and that is, of course, Trucy. Chicken noise. That breaks his first lock, but I think we might be able to break the second one now. So yeah, he said there was no way you could possibly mistake a little girl for Zach Gramery, which makes sense. But he did see something. And what was it that he saw? He saw the amazing Mr. Hat. Take that! What's that? That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She was in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar? So, wasn't a waking dream after all, was it, sir? Come again? That night, on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat! He really exists! Yep. That was what we needed. Daddy, do you have to say it like that? Do we have to say it like that? Phoenix after fuck up. Oh my god. Yeah, so like it was a trap, but also Phoenix only walked into the trap because he's a giant idiot who's just like, I don't know where this paper comes from, but yeah, this looks like evidence, sure. Like he presented it as actual evidence despite the fact he had zero knowledge that it was real. That's what bothers me. Like, imagine if somebody on court had been like, where did you get that? And be like, I don't know. Kid gave it to me. How would that look? Is all I'm asking. I remember it clearly, but the details are a little vague. Zach Gramery exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. Zach Gramery, don't even think you can escape Meekins. Down on your hands, floor on your head. Hello? Something the matter, mister? No, that is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zach Gramery, do you know him? Oh, I love Zach Gramery. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan. I see. That's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very same Zach came into this room. No one's been in here except me. But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug. So, Trucy was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him, Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had all been a long dream. Dream that lasted a week. But it wasn't the magician who disappeared, it was Mr. Hat. What is... I have no idea where he's going with this. I remember it both clearly and vaguely. I love the contradictions he throws out like that. Meekins, we can't believe you either. We're only interrogating you because we have no better options. Believe me, we checked. Assistant, accomplice, it's all the same. Basically, what do words mean anyway? Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door and out came Zach. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing in front of lobby number 2. Along with Mr. Hat. Ah, that's the beauty of it, isn't it? So, while you're standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner and most likely runs through the closest door into lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit, and at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw a cape, Zach Cranberry's red cape fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir! All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted. It was as if I could just see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die. Or the scattered remains of a messily eaten chocolate parfait. Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffered on account of this case. It's such an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times, sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me. Actually, about that girl. I'm sort of her guardian now. That's so. Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor. Okay. I'll have to defend and escape, that's the stone cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great Detective Gumshoe. Wait, did he call him Guamshoe? He did call him Guamshoe. Guamshoe. The wonderful way with words and how to cross the wires. Guamshoe. Hey, Kefka, welcome in. Meekins says, trust me, bro, is a video game character. I like how he's just like falling through the ranks. I expect him to be the police station janitor next time we find him. Mr. Meekins? This is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want, it's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I've had taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free. Right, I'll see you in court next time, sir. I look forward to it. All eyes were on Zach Gramarye that day in court until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of the mystery has been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It would be 7 years before I met him again. Alright, so we finished that one as well. Excellent, excellent. Ooh, I didn't do anything. Oh, alright, we unlocked one thing there. I was gonna say something, I forgot. Nope, lost it. Dang it. Alright, so seems the game wants me to do this one, so I'll do this one next. Present day Borscht Bowl Club. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. Then I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later then. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding, I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? See, I play cards. Oh, customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek a true competition. I've heard the Borscht Bowl Club is the place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is a friend of yours? Ah, don't mind me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman. Ah, he will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists, and I'm number 2. I play piano, well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started, I don't remember. But I'm good, real good. It didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. Real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes. But before we go... Yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shoddy Smith. Oh, and I'm Brushel, Spark Brushel, news reporter. Oh, I'm... No. Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. Still do not know who I am? Have you met? Ah! Today, in this courtroom, cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I'm talking about this. Yeah, we already recapped this once today. What are we doing here? Just a minute ago, as a matter of fact. So now we know how, like, Zach got out of the building, I guess? But how did he get out of the courtroom? I still don't know. Did you just run from one side to the other? I was thinking about that, Groshin, but in fairness, like, how long did Phoenix actually know this guy for? Like, I don't think he was in the same room with this guy for more than, what, 20 minutes? Like, he obviously made a big impact on his life, but, like, they didn't know him for that long, in fairness. You can't be. But you're... Zachy Grammary? Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. Pity I have only an audience of one. You. Zach Grammary? This must be a bad dream. Since this guy ruined my life. You there. We will play soon. Ready the room. I will be preparing the hideout for you. This isn't the present. This is the recent past. Are you really him? The Zach Gramery? Now I'm Shoddy Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? Exactly 3 years. 3 days from now, it will be 7. Caused you so much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean. She's fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind. Hardly express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I've come. That, and settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker? Those eyes, he's serious. I despise losing above all else. So, I've decided that I'll win tonight, no matter what it takes. I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. Now you. Alright, yeah, I guess. What do I have in my inventory? Alright, so the inventory is persistent across all these episodes, looks like. I was just mentioning at the start of this game, like the protagonists in this game have the stand user could be anyone energy. I don't think we had a chance to examine this room before. Let's take a look around. I must say, it comes as quite a surprise. I never knew you played. I'd do anything else if I could, believe me. Oh yeah, something you could help me with. You think you could make that piano disappear? It'd help out a lot of ways, really. Capcom, thank you for making a expression just for this occasion. You say the funniest things with the straightest face. People always tell me that, except I wasn't joking. Wow. This is grape juice? Is it refreshing? I usually drink too much and it ends up making me thirsty. Oh, Mr. Wright. There's something inside that bottle. Huh? Oh, it's my business card. I wasn't surprised at all. Perhaps you don't like magic? I sure felt surprised. Maybe I had my poker face on? It is true, like grape juice does have that weird like dryness to it. Very odd. Also, what is that tiny picture in the background? It's very odd. Looks like something out of a Charlie Brown cartoon. Oh yeah, the High of Daisy comics? I read those back when they first came out, and I don't actually remember anything she said about this case specifically, but yeah, her comics were incredible. Oh my god. Also a big fan of her Metal Gear Solid comics. One of the restaurant tables. This one's the closest to the piano. Which makes it the hardest to eat at, I hear. Amazed when I'm playing, that is. What do you think about the ukulele? Sound is slight, the annoyance curtailed. The ukulele in a Russian restaurant? Then you must go to a Hawaiian restaurant. Hawaiian shirts don't go with my complexion. I give up. Yeah, that's about all you can do there. Time to walk away. Alright, nothing else to see in here. Yeah, why not get a balalaika? I could see Phineas playing a balalaika. That would be amazing. Can't see him playing it well, but you know. We competed that day 7 years ago, too. Ah, yes. You must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. 2. 1. Showdown time. Oh yeah, we saw a clip of this at the very start of the case, but we didn't know what the context was. I can't even. Oh my god. That's amazing. I lost. Still a game of poker. Game I've played for a long time and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You chose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Trucy's power? Trucy? She's in a class of her own. For 7 years I've played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club, and I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. And she sends me signals. Eddie, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon. Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reactions, staple of performance magic. But those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill. Her line? Recall, you were the second man to whom I've lost. Magnifi Gramarye. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? Just in the Gramarye blood or something? Blood. Damn it! I'm sorry, but it's not something told lightly to outsiders. There's nothing you need to know at this time. Some kind of Gramarye secret then. Fine. Alright, we'll get back to that in a second. She's 15 this year. She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know. I see. My plan to my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day. Because of this. I hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic to the recipient named below, Zach Gramarye, Magnifi Gramarye. This? Transferal of rights. You see the signature? Transferal? That's Magnifi Gramarye's signature, isn't it? I hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic. The recipient named below. The recipient's name is you, Zach Gramarye. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? The thing that ruined Phoenix's life? Yes, we remember. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. This just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. You're so stupid, Phoenix. But wait, let me see that. How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnifi gave it to me that night. Could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. All I could do to prepare for my escape from the courtroom. Or, you know, you could have just, like, won the case and then not escaped. Oh, wow. What a shocking turn of events that would have been. I know about the balalaika because there is a band I know that plays one of those, and it is enormous, and it is absolutely wild. If you're curious, look up the Red Elvises. I have seen them live in concert over a dozen times, I believe. Walking out is so pedestrian. How did he get out of that room? I still don't understand that. I gotta blow my nose real quick. I'll be right back. Also, just going to point out, Phoenix isn't technically an officer of the law anymore, but this guy still is a wanted fugitive. Greatest of Magnifique Gramarye's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As the rightful heir to his art, I too want a rightful heir. Rightful? Also, for anybody wondering, is that a real thing? The answer is, copyright and trademark of magic tricks is a very complicated legal thing. And I would not wade into it. Sure, you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter. That is why I've risked all to come here tonight. Brushel? Sir! Ah, here you go. What's this? Letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notary besides. Ah, I may not look it, but I'm a certified notary. You are? By day, I wear notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day, I wear reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well. Your signature, please. This is the first reason I've come here tonight. I like how, like, Brushel's very clearly a notary just because they needed to have reuse a sprite for that. They're like, who would be plausible as a notary? Ah, that guy, sure. Alright, so now we got that. I finally figured it out. Now I know I've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said. Precisely. I think I know what he means. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So if someone were to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention all of their possessions. Exactly, which is why I'm here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document. Before my 7 years are up. You might say I'm securing my daughter's inheritance. But do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I'm afraid. This case? Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnifique Gramarye. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnifique died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire are named. Myself, Zach Gramarye, and Volant Gramarye. Not Trucy. I see. So you do need this document. I have known Brushel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now, only 3 know of my rebirth. I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background. Found you had no other close kin. As you say. Okay. And hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. However, what else? But Trucy's mother is a mystery. No, it doesn't look like we get anything from that. Alright, what do we need to crack the Gramarye secret? Let's look into that at least. Yeah, thanks for waiting until the very last minute. You got 3 days to get this settled in court? Awesome, thanks for that, love that. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. First time I saw her do it, it blew mine. After you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. Gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. But I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why is that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother. Classic Gramarye? I'll not speak of that. Glass is officially missing, correct? I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. Because of the stage pistols? 3 of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Hey, Rex says, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good week so far. Yet there's another story behind the fame, one that not many know. Lassa lost her life during a rehearsal. To you and Volant Gramarye's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? I'm sure Volant would say the same thing. But it's just like another murder I might mention. Damn you. Eyes. I loved Thalassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. There was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnifi Gramarye has joined her. So the only one with her power left now. Trucy? Mr. Zek? I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. There's someone else, someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalassa's power. How would I know? Chances are slim. It'd take a miracle to learn the truth. Maybe one's already occurred. Is someone else with this power, and I know who. Alright, now we're gonna have to swing for the fences. There's always a point in the Phoenix Wright games where you're like, I don't know where this is going, but I'm gonna have to chase this down.
Take that!
This boy? His name is... I forget, something weird. Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney? I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. So, what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you... You don't have to say it like that, Zach. There's about 1 million other ways you could put that. So in fairness, this is happening just before the first case. So technically we haven't actually met Apollo yet. Or as you saw him in passing, but yeah. This is before case 1. Are we still doing phrasing? Is phrasing still a thing? But you could at least say something like, I'm this boy. I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. Ring? Oh no, we don't have that yet. Alright, so that's where we have to stop here. Alright, we'll come back to that one then. Alright. So, let's head back to the past. And there's one scene we haven't done here, which is Drew's studio. "7 years ago, Drew's studio." Ah, they mentioned that they used to be in a different place before they were at the Drew studio we know of. A precious, if you will. I figured you'd come here sooner or later. I decided on sooner. Drew Misham, was it? I haven't done anything illegal. And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. I suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. Oh, it's Tiny Vera! Ah, this is my daughter. Vera, say hello. She's gone. shall we begin then? Let's take a quick look around first, so we can see. I should make a phrasing command. That's actually pretty good. What's this painting here? Ah, that's one of mine. It's an illustration for a book. Not on sale yet, of course, but I thought it might be a good business. As a father, I'd like to be able to put food on my daughter's table. Not a feeling I know anything about, at least not yet. Paints are scattered all around, probably the ones he's currently using. I'm very artistic about a messy room. Not this anything compared to my office. That would make my office a masterpiece. Going home by any chance? No, I was just checking out the door. Oh. I think I'm far too stubborn to take hints like that. He really is. He really, truly is. Alright, Rooks, enjoy your lurk. Thanks for joining us. Paints and pigments are lined up on the shelves, with some noticeable gaps. It's embarrassing, but I can't afford all the paints I want. I insist on buying the ones I use with my own money. I can see I'd want to do that, sure. Perhaps you've heard that you can make any color, as long as you have the 3 primary colors. Well, it's a lie. Poor guy. You use these gizmos for painting? Pretty elaborate. Ah, those. Those aren't for painting. They're for analyzing. Paint composition, age, every conceivable angle. Rules of the forgery trade, I guess. Yeah, it's true. Let's see. There's some finished paintings stacked here. They don't look all that bad, really. Oh, sell you one for 50 cents. That's okay, they look kind of heavy. Oh. He needs to work on his sales technique a bit. Yeah, that's not really inspiring a lot of confidence right there. Maybe I'll just sidle on over here for a closer look. Couple interesting things here. What's this red envelope? Don't touch that. It's quite important. Andrew's face just changed hues. Guess I better behave. Well, it's tempting to just grab it. We know what that one is, of course. That's a pretty bottle. Impractical, though. Don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. It belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often. There's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing? Oh, so that's why they always show that when she's doing her nails, because that's her nail polish. That makes more sense. That's an awfully small frame. What's that inside it? A stamp? Please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. That's Zack and Volant, the Grammarys, isn't it? Post office issued that commemorative stamp last year. And the Grammarys were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore. One of them has vanished off the face of the earth. 2 of them, actually. They're having a bad time. Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV, till the end. I see. That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. Still wonder how she got her hands on it. We know! That would be an amazing thing for somebody to just, like, find lying around. Like, what is that? You're like, don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That would be hilarious. And that is the poison stamp that was such a big thing in the case earlier. Oh my god, that would be hilarious, AP. Did you ever hear the story behind that emote as well? It still kills me. This is you and Vera? Yes, we took that one quite recently. I know, I'm a painter. Why not paint a portrait instead? Never been that good at people, unfortunately. Ah, right. Shouldn't you practice? Not everybody's good at everything, Phoenix. Chill out. I don't think I have. So, like, somebody asked at one point, they're like, hey, you should do like a what face emote on stream. And I'm like, oh, something like this? And then I made that face. And then later somebody took a screen cap of my face and sent it to me. They're like, hey, if you ever want to do an emote of your face, here you go. And I said, oh yeah, I forgot about that. That's a good idea. But I'm like, the screen cap from my stream, it's a little low resolution. I should make a higher resolution one. And I spent like 20 minutes trying to get that same face. And I couldn't do it again. It never looked right. I'm like, none of these are as good as that tiny screen cap I did off the cuff live on stream. So that's what that emote is. I tried my best to get a nice high resolution face. Could not get a good one. Just had to use the one that was on stream. Can't force the what? Yeah, there you go. I had to find out the hard way, but I got there eventually. Alright, I'm like, why can't we look at that again? Not a lot of reason, turns out. Alright, is that everything in here? I think so. Double check. Alright. Yeah, just like how you can't force a pog. It just happens when it happens. I've seen that before where like people become famous because like screen caps of them making a bizarre face. And they're like, I don't know how I did that the first time. I don't think I can do it again. It just kind of happens. Alright, so what are we getting new there? Alright, so we got the stamp is one thing there. Go ahead and chat with him. Judging from this place, you're a painter? Not sadly a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. The source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by were it only me. Your daughter? Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation. Forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. Who knows what my copies are used for? But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this. That was my first work outside of painting. What? I think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. Sorry, I had to sneeze there. I never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. Past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. Apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. Trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Alright. So we have to present a thing to him. That being the forge page, I assume? Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sorry about that, Punisher. Whenever those sneezes come on, I gotta hit the buttons quickly. Sure, all you did was make a copy. That copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. A sneeze so hard it crashes the stream. That'd be amazing. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then let's talk. Let's. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did? It was unlike anything I had attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. That is not what I mean. All my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy? Client gave me two things that day. First was a sample page as reference. Second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. So you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote? Yes, as I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally. Ah, damn it. A psych lock. Of course. Seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Alright, let's see what we got. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Misham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client. True, when I asked the client's name, there were no psych locks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I've made my stand, no backing down now. What's Misham hiding? And we, of course, know, having seen, past this point. I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you said. What is it then? You told me what you know about the client. And I couldn't see any psych locks, he says, as if Drew Misham knows what the hell that is. Psycho locks? Is that some sort of a silent security? Or a new hairstyle, perhaps? But then they did show up, didn't they? Alright, this is literally 10 seconds ago. We don't need to recap that. We were all here, game. We were all here right now. We saw this. Not personally. Those words triggered the psycho lock. And with the psycho locks, now I really must know what they are. So, you didn't meet with the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind the evidence? Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business. Right, you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about psych locks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there. Conclusion is, the real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Misham. A poppycock. I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could it have been but me? That's the real question, isn't it? Forger wasn't you. I don't have many other people to choose from. Real forger Drew. I mean, we literally know this. We went through all this. It's Vera Misham.
Take that!
The real forger is your daughter, Vera Misham, isn't it? Ridiculous. My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more for landscapes, not surrealism. Nice comeback, but you're shaking in your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to this studio are you and your daughter. Psyclocks tell me you're not the forger. Makes your daughter the only possibility. Feel very much on the verge of going psycho-lock myself. Unlock successful! Woo! Alright. Don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. Only 12. Genius, you might call her. Precocious little girl outshining her father. Been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio, and she watched me. Taught herself in that way. Drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. My little girl's playthings now. Do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So, Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once. Here, to the studio. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? But their face was covered, and they did not want to talk to me. So, they talked to your daughter? I will speak only with the artist, the client told me. That little girl is the key to our mystery client's true identity. Psych uses distraction while I was pilfering your close to kept secrets. Haha. Capturing Cyclops as Cyclops. I shall break your Cyclops, and then the rest of your X-Men. Oh yeah, Ghost Trick. Yeah, I've heard a lot of really good things about Ghost Trick. I spent a good chunk of change getting a copy, and now it's on Steam. I have regrets. But yeah, I'd like to play that on stream at some point. The only reason we haven't played it on stream is I'm trying to decide, should I play it like now? Or should I wait until after we finish Phoenix Wright? And I'm still trying to decide, but because it's made by the same person that made the original Phoenix Wright games. Hey, Velkos, welcome in. How are you doing today, Velkos? Hope everything's going good with you. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more? Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? I'm talking to Vera now. Let's see. Yeah, it's no direct connection to the Ace Attorney series, so it's not like a storyline thing, but I'm like, should I finish, because it's made by the same creator, I'm like, should I finish the creator's series before jumping in? I'm not sure. I have heard it's got a similar vibe. Oh man, X-Men Legends. I'm trying to remember if I played that one. What? I might have. How did that one go? Mr. Bishop, I have a request. Let me guess. You'd like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy. Extremely shy, actually. Only one exception. Which was? Oddly enough, was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished. She was laughing. First time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please, let me speak with her. All right. Action RPG, much like Marvel Ultimate Alliance. I don't think I played that one. I know we did play one X-Men game on stream for PS3. I don't remember which that one was, though. But yeah, I also kind of want to play Marvel Ultimate Alliance on stream at some point, because I have Ultimate Alliance 1, 2, and as of very recently, 3. But I've never actually played any of them for any length of time. Uh-oh, this could be tough. Destiny, that was the one. Yes, X-Men Destiny is the one I played on stream. No, I don't think I played X-Men Legends, come to think of it. How do you like it? Was it a good time? Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say Do Re Mi. Can't find them anywhere. I'm no good at this. I need something to get through to this girl. Do we have something to get through to this girl? Oh! Maybe we could use the stamp as our way in? We know she loves that one. It's a good time, but a little rough with the controls. It can be brutal in the beginning. You know, with those old games, sometimes it could be pretty challenging. Yeah, the jock character I picked, he was such a meathead. Holy crap. Alright, so let's see if we can present her with the stamp. And then there's this. My stamp. Hey, she spoke! She can talk! Yeah, so the stamp. How can I keep her talking? Isn't Troop Grammary amazing? Ah. Yes? Oh. I especially like these two, Zach and Volant. I mean, they're, just so magical. Aren't they? Aren't they? Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic. You know? Me too, me too. I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic. Yeah. All right, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start. I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Grammary Museum of Magic. Grammary Museum? They have one of those? It makes sense now they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows? Just once, when I was little. Father. Grammary's on stage, it was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all. Yeah, maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know, Zach and Blot, maybe? Oh, sure. All right, very good asking before she changes her mind. All right, we'll see if we can work with this. Building each X-Men to function the way they're intended is really fun. Example, building Iceman to add ice elemental damage to his melee attacks. That does sound nice. Like for an action RPG, like the X-Men just seem perfect because like there's so many niches you can fill there. Also, I mentioned before the card game, Marvel Champions. They did an entire like 2-year arc of X-Men characters, and basically you can play the game with just X-Men characters as both heroes and villains, which is really cool. Oh, the ice slide in the air! I used to love that in the cartoon back in the day. It was so neat. I don't go outside very much. I like to paint in here. Why don't you like the outside? Crushing! Jesus. Ooh, Psylocke, Gambit, and Wolverine. All actually really solid decks right there. Psylocke's a little tricky to play, but if you can get her, ooh, she's good. And Wolverine's fun to play. Like, he's fast as hell, and like, his whole healing mechanic is pretty nuts. There's bad people out there. Well, true, but there are lots of good people too. Actually, I should tell you, he was almost kidnapped once. Kidnapped? Since then, she's been, well, you can see for herself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Grammary Museum. With you, in fact. Ah, yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me. That person gave me a good luck charm. Good luck charm? When I absolutely had to go outside. Yes, apparently she received something, a gift, from that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was. Mother, I told you to keep that a secret. The client, huh? This I have to hear about. Yeah, when a stranger from the criminal underworld gives your daughter a secret present, like, you just let that go. Don't worry about it. Don't ask anymore about it. It's fine. Oh, they're putting Dice Throne on Steam and mobile? I would 100% get that on mobile. That would be a lot of fun to play on the go. Awesome, awesome. Hey, Doc Belvin, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. So your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things. I really like painting a lot. Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same. So you did this too? Oh yes, that was my first job. Your first... All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. This was totally different. The pen slips and the way the writer held the pen, and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer. She seems happy. Odd. Her work was the last nail in the Grammary coffin. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. No one told her. Hell yeah, Velcos, let's do it! Phoenix here doing some independent work after the end of that last case. Basically, Phoenix was stripped of his law degree, but he still wants to know who done it. So even though he's got no authority, he's going around and he's trying to investigate and figure out exactly what happened. And get to the bottom of everything. Not just the murder case, but who is trying to entrap him as well. They're the best in the world. Huh? Oh, you mean the Troop Grammary? Of course. Father gave it to me. Your father? But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it. I guess I just took it. Yeah. Took it? Father got a letter from that person. That person? You mean that letter was from the client? Oh, we talked about the Grammaries forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it. You're a sneaky one, this client. They were trying to get on our good side. Or perhaps they were trying to kill her, since it's covered in poison. Let's see. I would think this guy would have been worried about a revenge thing. Good to see whether they're being cooperative. Yeah, he's basically feels terrible about what he did. He claims he didn't know what it was going to be used for, but like, when you're forging something, like, it's probably not going to be used for good purposes. Show them the Sag. That's too perfect. So you met the person that asked you to do this job, and you talked with them? What's this about a good luck charm you received? I can't talk about it. Huh? If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told. Yeah, but I really, really have to know. Alright, it's time to do some psych unlocking. Let's see if we got what we need for this one. It's quite embarrassing for him, really. It is. It's very bad. Yeah, he didn't forge anything, but his daughter did. Still a big oopsie. You seem to trust this client. Quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you the stamp? No, that's not why. Now listen to me. My problem. Problem that keeps her inside all this time. Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm. Good luck charm? What your client gave you? I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. The thing on the table we were told not to touch, which we don't have in our inventory for some reason. Damn it! Alright, so can I get it off the table, or do we have to come back and do this somewhere else? Let's see. I think it's the nail polish. We already did that. No, I guess we can't get it from here. So in that case, we can't finish this scene right now, so we're gonna have to come back. Let's see where that leaves us. Alright, so that means all we've got is the Borscht Bowl, which we definitely don't have enough for. And we've got the detention center, which maybe we do. Yeah, a little more legwork. Literally 2 steps to the side, but he's not letting us touch it. And so I guess we're gonna have to come back. Alright, so let's go back to the detention center. See if we can get all the way through those Cyclops now. Don't remember what we need, so we'll have to just sort of blitz in and see what we got. He's got a lot of them though, so this is gonna be a problem. Alright, so we'll skip past the parts we've already seen, so we don't have to go through that again. Alright, so first of all, the thing we're talking about is how dangerous his life was, and we show the stage pistol. There we go. We did that before. We blitz through that. That breaks 1 Cyclock. And then Phoenix proposes that maybe they stopped doing the trick because someone got hurt. And to say who it was that got hurt, we show Trucy's locket. We got that far before. I know that. That breaks the 2nd Cyclock. The lasso is at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. I don't know that we have that yet. I mean, the crime scene photo? Because he was killed with one of those guns. That might be it. Let's see. I also bought a couple PS2 titles that I had lost years ago. Kessen, I know the name. I'm not familiar with the game. Chaos Legion. I have a copy of that as well, but not on PS2. I actually have a PC copy. I don't know if I can get it running anymore. But I do have a PC copy that I bought way back in the day. It's an interesting game. Very weird. Very weird. But very unique as well. Show him Zek's memory of the instant. It's kind of unfortunate that we can't just like pull memories out and be like, look at this. Shane, I have to see this. Unfortunately, all I have is the CD now. I got rid of the box a long time ago. But yeah, I've still got it. I think it might actually be at the table next to here, but I don't want to dig through there right now. I'll see if I can do it later. But yeah, have you played either of them yet? I'm curious now. Alright, so I'm gonna... Oh, I can't save now. Yeah, me neither, honestly. Like, whenever I tell people, they're like, really? Capcom was making PC games back then? I don't know. Like, it's weird. It really is. Alright, so I'm gonna assume the crime scene photo, because that shows that the guns can really kill people.
Take that!
Nope. No, it's not that. Dang it. Alright. So it goes back to the question, do we have what we need? There was one other thing I was thinking we could present here. Not sure if it's the right thing. Where she stood. I mean, this is a bit of a stretch. I'm going to say that. Like, we have a picture of her standing between the two of them. I guess we could work with that. Alright, you have to let me know what you think of Kessen, too. Because, like I said, I know the name, but I don't think I've ever played it. Yeah, that's the one, Doc Belvin. The one where you summon all those creatures and they do most of the fighting for you. It's very interesting. Never played a DMC game. I've only played the first one. But I did beat that back in the day. I liked it. I thought it was very good.
Take that!
Trip Gramarye's performances were very, very popular. So popular they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We were not merely the latest craze. We were an age, a golden age. It's all here on this stamp. There's Thalassa, yes? Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know. Part of his memory is still locked up. There is one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. If our leader, Magnifi, was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But Mr. Wright, then he would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. Blonde's got a point. If one of the troop members died in an accident and Magnifi covered it up, his innocence would come into question. Found at the right address, Mr. Wright? I'm so close, there has to be something. I doubt Thalas's death could affect Zack and Volant's relationship with Magnifi. See in your eyes, you still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why Thalas's accident completely tied your hands. Oh, I can save here. No, I can't. It's not letting me save. Played the hell out of Kessen when you were younger. You loved that series, especially the first game. Ooh, I'll have to look into it then. They're casually lugging a stamp full of poison around, showing it to random people. I like the idea of Phoenix just handing evidence to people and being like, don't lick this, please. Don't ask why. I'll prove Thalas's accident tied your hands completely with evidence. No better proof than the evidence. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both your hands, and this evidence proves why Magnifi held so much power over you. Of course, this is evidence that Phoenix doesn't have until 7 years in the future, but sure, let's try presenting that. Or actually, oh no, he doesn't have it, does he? Oh, I guess it would be part of this, but yeah, we saw it. Let's try it. Uh-oh, is that not it? Oops, no. Shoot. Working on his job. Give up your dreams. God damn it. Alright, so... yeah, do I really have anything to prove this? I'm not sure. Well, I think the game is trying to stretch things again. Let's try proving it with a person. Let's see if we're able to do this. Let's try this right here. Oh, Game Informer had a full guide for Chaos Legion? I miss magazines like that. Those are so fun.
Take that!
Oh, damn it. No, that's not it again. All right. I think we're missing something here. I think we're close, but we don't quite have it. All right, so we need to back out of here for right now. We know it's something about Thalassa, but we don't have what we need. Oh god, how do I get out of here? Can I back out? There we go. So we need more information about Thalassa in order to make that stick. But we do have access to the Borscht Bowl. We might be able to get it from there. I don't think we have what we need to finish the Borscht Bowl. Let's see. Can we show him Trucy's locket? This person in the photo is Trucy's mother? How did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then it is so. Huh? She's gone. More is there to say? Lots? I know. Whoa, you're still here? According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnificent Grammy's only daughter, end quote. What? Magnifi's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zack? Brushel, you say too much. Oh. What? Why am I the bad guy? Why? Zack decked him. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. Asa Grammary. She's the most mysterious of the whole lot. I need to gather some more evidence, clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition? Final? Why? As you said, I've come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground. Not seeing your daughter? It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago, we played. 7 years ago, I lost. I already lost to Magnifi. I do not care to lose to another. And I've heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose, unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. Like a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you can try lightening up? That was that. This is this. My final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned. This guy is beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards. Brushel, you may leave. Ah, but it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop. Punch, but still it is not enough. I just remembered a future, prior engagement. Doodles, gentlemen. Oh, and nice meeting you, Peanut Man. Wow, he's like, do I need to punch you again? And even Brushel understands that. Welcome back, Kissa. How was the food? that guy's hideous. He really is. Like, I don't think we've ever had a Phoenix Wright character that's just like truly grotesque, but he fits the bill. Let us begin. Dealer? You will be witness to our competition. It is honor for me. Why haven't I seen her around here before? Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. Wait, you know him? After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. So he recognized Gavin on the way in. The Grammary power. It's close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I need to meet that reporter again, that was clear. And one other thing. The moment my final competition with Zack began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zack Grammary knew. But how? And why? Good question, actually. Alright, so we didn't quite finish that one because we still need to do the psych lock, but we did get another option here. Solitary Cell 13. I'm going to go ahead and save too, because we haven't saved in a while and we took a whole shitload of damage there. Potato pancakes with smoked salmon, that sounds delicious. Okay, I mean, Phoenix did say she looks beautiful. Alright, Solitary Cell 13. We've definitely never been here before. Let's see what we got. Present day Central Prison, Solitary Cell 13. Well, this is a hell of a Hannibal Lecter cell right here. Well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did is point the finger at justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. Now let's have a look around this prison cell before we do anything. Nice roses. Taking care of this one here? Ah, yes, she's surprisingly delicate, you know. Requires careful tending. He's my best friend, as they say. Best? Come on, now I'm starting to feel bad for you. Oh? Of course. She's known to bite if handled roughly. The rose bites? Now, speaking of the photo next to the rose, my retriever, Bongole, cute but feisty. Every dog has its thorn. That's absolutely not the phrase. Nice try. Maximum low security prison. Strange, you know? Here I am in solitary, and yet the books keep piling up. Looks like I've got more than books up there. Ah, yes, my collection. I have a few friends on the prison staff. They show me a little kindness. Just a little? There's a lot happening there. That's some chair. Just looking at it makes me want to take a seat. Probably have to add a whole digit to the price of one of my office chairs. And here, a comfortable chair is the most valuable thing in the world. I'd have to add 2 digits to the price of the standard prison issue chair for this. These prison chairs don't look so bad either. Maybe I should redecorate. And we got this table here too. That envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. It's not nice to peek at other people's mail. Oh God! Check out that sprite. Oh, that's terrifying. With the underlighting there. Type of clam, very small and usually from Italy. I've heard that term once before. And that was from the anime/manga Hitman Reborn, where it was the name of the mob clan in there, which was what I thought of first thing. The only clams I can find that do clam chowder. Ooh, interesting. This man should not be allowed to name stuff. Yeah, it's a weird name for a dog. You get mail here in jail? That I do, though they read it first, apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. So sneaking a peek is out of the question. I mean, most people do get mail in jail. That's not unusual. Life's been full of surprises for both of us. I've no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. And I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith was the name of the man you killed. Shady Smith, I don't know. Did you know who he really was? Who he was? Zach Gramery, you know, the defendant? I remember him, of course. Did you say Smith was Zach? Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty. But your motive was never made clear, which is a thing they have to do in court, except when they don't. For some reason, it's like the most weird, vague part of the Phoenix Wright judicial system. A mistake I had planned to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. They're way smaller than the clams used for New England clam chowder normally, but it's the same taste. Well, that works, I suppose, as long as they're not, like, massively expensive or anything. Yeah, Zach was legally dead, and now he's actually dead. Oops. You recall that case 7 years ago? Ah, yes, the trial where Zach Gremery pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion. Yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position, after all. For 7 years we've been friends. Yet, I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship towards me was never pure. You suspected me then as you do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. It's very baffling. Like, we're seeing these links, but we don't know why. Hey, Kelman, welcome in. We've got a pretty decent-sized Italian population, so it's pretty common in Italian restaurants here. Interesting. Are you a fan of it as well? Is it pretty good? Need like 3 jars of it. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, chowder is one of those things where, like, you usually don't make a little bit. Like, you can make one sandwich, but if you're gonna make clam chowder, you usually make a big pot of it. Welcome back, Rooks. Hope you're doing well. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game. Zach Gremery mentioned your name, Gavin. Ah, that reminds me. Saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. Did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe his name. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me, as I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. Seemed to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. Cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should come to that. I have to know. Why did you kill Shoddy Smith? No, Zach Gremery. Of course. Damn! Whoa! I've never seen Cyclops like these. Dark, cold, full of despair. Can I even unlock these things? Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know. Doing his nails. Hang on a second. Hang on just a second. Not only is it 5 locks, but the Cyclops are always red. We've never seen black Cyclops before. Pretty good. I don't tend to get seafood-based pastas that often, though. Fair enough. I like, what is it? Shrimp Alfredo is pretty much the only one I ever do. I mean, that's the problem, Groshin, is that's what he's saying, is he's like, oh, I just did it because I'm evil, T, and I think there's a lot more going on there. But hey, what is this? This wasn't here a second ago. Show him the badge. Thus says Deader Nebula. I don't have one, Deader Nebula. They took it from me. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? No? But continue. Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. Hence your deadly spike hair. You know what I say? One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. Jesus Christ, you are a JoJo's character. Restraint in all things, except nothing less. It certainly does look like first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. crystal. You're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me. How generous for a man who's in jail? Alright, we got the nail polish now. And that is the thing we need. Alright, I'm not even going to try breaking his Cyclops. There's way too many there. But we've got something else we can do now. I think we have what we need to finish the Cyclops and Drew studio. So let's try that. It's on me. Yes, we saw you applied. It's right there. Alright, so once again, we're going to speed through the parts we've already seen. Literalists! The Drudio. Why doesn't he call it the Drudio? That'd be so perfect. Alright, so listen to her, don't go outside. I'd use the good luck charm. So yeah, I think that's the good luck charm, is the nail polish.
Take that!
This was what they gave you, wasn't it? Same bottle's over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right? I heard once, cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. Probably not, but sure, let's roll with it. This is a magic bottle. It has the power. Of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job.
Take that!
This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name's Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually. I promised. Promised not to tell. Well, too bad. I shattered your Cyclops. Gimme. Oh, we got some health back. Excellent. Show him the Sag. It's all he can see. It's written all over my face. Let's see. So the owner of the restaurant commented to ask if everything was okay because I looked pale. Also, I've been struggling to keep my blood sugar up all morning. Oh, no. Hopefully it's nothing. Hopefully it's just a fluke. We'll see. A friend and future nemesis. I gotta blow my nose. We'll be right back. All right. So we broke the Cyclops, so we can finally ask the question now. Sorry, I can't talk about the client. I promised. And if I break my promise, the spell won't work. I don't need a name anymore. I've got my answer. I'm pretty confident in this charm, then. I think he might be the devil. Huh? Or maybe an angel. What do you mean? I saw it, or I think I saw it when they gave me this. I saw the devil's face. Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's? No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile. So, where'd you see this devil then? So quick. I don't remember well, but that's when I knew the person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm. I'm not sure what this devil she saw was. It's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. I'm sorry for what happened. I want to apologize. Try my client, Zach Gramery. Did I do something bad? What makes you think that? Her eyes, they're sad. Very sad. I showed her the sedge! Don't say I didn't ever do nothing for you, Chet. I'll put on my smile next time I come. Promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Vera. Oh, okay. Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with a young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. The Sedge! There's so much. Alright, so we finished Drew's studio. That means we've got the detention center, the Borscht Bowl Club, and Solitary 13. I'm pretty sure we don't have what we need for the Borscht Bowl Club yet. Honestly, Solitary 13 is terrifying. I'm gonna save again, especially since we got some health back. I'm glad, EP. The Sedge! Alright, let's try the detention center again, because we were close last time. Let me check something out first, though. Let's see, we check the court record here. Alright, so they updated Thalassa's profile, so it now says she's the daughter of Magnifi Gramery. It didn't last time. So I think that was the thing we were missing. We knew who she was, but we didn't have that connection before. Alright. So, apologies, I'm gonna have to blitz through this again. But we've seen most of it at this point. This is something I wasn't a fan of in the previous games too, is if you had to back out of a Magatama sequence and then go back in, which the game sometimes forced you to do, like, you had to redo it again later, completely from scratch. And I'm like, they don't have to do that, I don't think. Like, there's ways around that.
Take that!
What? No, they do insist on that. Alright, so first, we say the act's dangerous, he says prove it, we show him the gun, which, you know, they're actual factual guns, so yeah, they're pretty dangerous. So now we say we believe someone was already harmed from the act, and as proof, we show him Trucy's locket, which has a picture of Thalassa in it. Alright, so that breaks the second lock. Keep blitzing on through. We have to show her how much she was at risk, which very stupidly, we have to show him the stamp for that. Yeah, like a shit autosave, basically. So we show him the stamp, which doesn't really prove basically anything, but sure, game, whatever. That breaks the third lock. Gets us to the very end. We're grasping at straws at this point, so I think we have to do now is with a person, it's going to take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zach's wife tied both your hands, and this information proves why Magnifi held so much power over you.
Take that!
It wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was the problem. What do you mean? She was Zach Gramery's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnifi Gramery's only daughter. There was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. That wasn't the key to Magnifi's power over you. I don't know what was. It was an accident! I still love his breakdown so much. How do you still have all those when you're in prison? Who let you hang on to those? I think this all could be avoided if we were allowed a bolt cutter. If only. If only. Hence, game design. Alright, so finally we can get through there. I suppose a magic satchel's better than a magic panties. That's a good thing. Psychic Bolt Cutter would be an amazing name for an attack in a JRPG. There's no proof, none at all. But Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. Doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. Ours was a complex family. You mean Troop Grammary? The master of Magnifi Grammary, his only daughter, and his 2 disciples. It does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident. That is all it was, an accident. Zack and Volant's tour de force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly. Straight towards that beautiful body on stage. Then crash, zing, pow, into everything but her. Now that is magic. Happened one day when we were practicing. Same trick, but with a new twist. And tragedy. As for whose bullet stole Thalassa's life, shall never know the answer. Thalassa disappeared from our lives and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother. Nifi his daughter. That led to blackmail, I take it. All part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls. Yeah, rabbits are good at multiplication. He only needs 2. Oh, God. You can't have both. It's true, EP. It's true. Proud tradition of magic and complete disregard for human life. His last line of defense. Oh, God, don't make me fight the bunnies. Why did Magnifi Grammary try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died. All I can say is it was a critical time for Troop Grammary. Passing of the torch from Magnifi to Zack and Gallant. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Thalassa's death, the greatest sacrifice of all. Yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not. What do you mean? In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnifi's wishes. Magnifi forced us to perform his art for his benefit. I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter. But do you not find cowardice in his actions? Huh? To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing. But to then hang that death as a guillotine above our heads? Things were dark behind the scenes in Troop Grammary, that's for sure. Does Trucy know? She was not told, naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life? True. I had not thought of that accident for a very long time. Sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot. Not to find a Magnifi Slayer, I should think. True. After that accident, there was one who came sniffing quite persistently. A reporter? Called himself a newsman at the time. When I spied him lurking about the dressing room doing his research. Would you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I've forgotten. But in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner, Zack. I liked him not. I see. His name, I do not recall, but his scent, the cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often. I see. Thanks for your help. It was no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds. Sorry. I'd begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over Troop Grammary, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman. I never learned who that was at the time. Well, I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile and that sickly sweet smell of mint. The last floss thin thread connecting Zach Gremory to this world. Why is that hard? Sooner or later, I'd have to track him down. A time of great oopsie and messed up schedules. Yeah, Carcio Brushel and you're discussing dental hygiene. And it's discussing literally everything else about him. Ooh, alright, that unlocked the last 2 locations. And we are completely done with the past segments now. Alright, cool. So let's just start with Drew Studio next, I think. So any D&D group, basically. Present day Drew Studio. Well, what do we have here? Remember me? Of course I remember you. Journalist meets ex-attorney in bar, end quote. Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Mishima's poisoned and his daughter's... Oh, yes, I know. I know, yes. Caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he tracked down case just a little quicker, end quote. Were you on the trail of the case the whole time? Zach Gremory was a good friend. Zach said something to that effect back at the Borscht Bowl Club. What a character, what a man. Extremely rough around the edges. Do you think I could ask you a few questions? Oh, you serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not the other way around, end quote. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. Alright. It was tragic what happened to Drew Misham and his daughter. Forgery is a serious crime and they paid the price. You know what really did them in though, don't you? Yes, forged diary page. The night I interviewed him, I found out something about Mr. Misham I hadn't known. What's that? You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Walls have ears, potatoes have eyes, end quote. Being watched? You mean he felt guilty? No, I'm not talking about feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on back of neck, freaks out, end quote. 'Cause you felt guilty? Why would I feel guilty? Felt like you were being watched, huh? Wonder what it all means. It's a very good question, actually. Oh god, yeah, I'm glad Trucy got out of there one way or another. That's a bad place. Drew Misham felt like he was being watched. And you along with him. Sure it wasn't just nerves? Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalist sure is being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Gremory got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? He completely vanishes from that courtroom. Then for 7 years he talks to no one, not a soul. Then just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made. And then he dies. Starting to put the pieces together, are we? And you were being watched this whole time. Maybe not just me, maybe you were too. Eee. It is odd that he gets killed the exact day he comes out of hiding and talks to the guy who feels like he's being watched. Yeah, this guy's horrifying. Grosses me that loud. Like right here, this is all right, but like pretty much everything else, disgusting. I met Zach through that case, actually. You mean the shooting of Magnifi Gremory? No, before that. It's not widely known. I mean, the accident. During quick draw shoot 'em practice. My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scope. I wanted it all. Money, fame, women, a little puppy, all for me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now. Aunt Gramery did mention one particularly nosy reporter. In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnifi Gramery at the time. I knew his daughter, too, of course. Thalassa, was it? Really? Then Thalassa disappeared, quite suddenly at that. And Magnifi wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalists catch a scent of a scoop, goes on feeding frenzy, end quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Thalassa's husband, see? Zach Gramery. Something strange was in the air over at Trip Gramery in those days. Whole screwy mentor-controlling disciples scene had started by then, I'm guessing. Thalassa, she was part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me off the record. Sorry, I don't know. Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice, or 5 times, but over time he came to see me as his confidant. You pestered him until he just broke his will, I guess? What I'm hearing there? Alright, Grushin, enjoy your lurk. Thanks for stopping by as always. Yeah, that toothbrush has seen some shit. He's been waiting this whole time. 7 years, eh? Waiting? For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnifi miracle. Or as it was all a dream. Because of this. The performance rights. In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zach and Volant? So Volant waited until Zach died, legally at least. Time finally comes and Volant's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's getting ready for his show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know? If that document sees the legal light of day, gonna put a bit of a damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Volant Gramery. Lost out to his partner at work and in love, too. Love? Same old story, really. 2 disciples and their mentor's only daughter. But there's 3 sides and all of them pointy. A love triangle. It is pretty classic. When you're in a performing troupe, that's your world. Like family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing. In the middle of all this, Thalassa has Trucy. And then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa. Yeah, everything seems to come back to Thalassa here, which is interesting. You think he's got the 2 and 4th? I imagine, like, that thing that happens with his head when he ties up the tie like that. Yeah. Yeah, he seems like, he's from Toontown there. Alright, so... Let's see, can I present him the locket? Mr. Brushel, do you know this person? Oh, I know that person, of course. I was friends with Zach after all. He hit me a few times, 5 times actually. But still, I'd never forget his wife. Thalassa Gramery. Magnifi Gramery's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her? Well, why the heck not? Alright. So, Thalassa married Zach and had Trucy, see? It was her 2nd marriage, actually. You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before. Not quite. Her late husband was a performer, too. Apparently he died during some gig. Tragic, really. They had only been married 1 year. I didn't know. Ah, but she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know. Wow. I've known Trucy since she was a little thing, too. She got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all. What do you mean? Just reminiscing, you know. Thalassa has another child besides Trucy, end quote. What? But Trucy said she was an only child. Ah, yes, this one she had with her previous husband. Previous husband? Her first husband who died during a performance? Yep, they had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now. Thalassa had another child. Do you think I could borrow that photo? Sure, I can be generous on occasion, you know? Interesting. I won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget. People and events get all tangled up together and get biggerer and biggerer. Don't you think? I was too busy wondering about biggerer to listen to anything you were saying. It's not a word, you fool! You're a writer. Hello, portrait. Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think. Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can. And I have to tell what I find to those who come next. Next, you say? I'm not the one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently, that's not my role anymore. Magnifi. I was just wondering what Magnifi would think of all this. What do you mean? Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power. You mean how I can't lie to Trucy? It was the same with Magnifi. And with his daughter, Thalassa. It's a strange thing. You think it's some grammary gene? Magnifi told me once back when Zack married Thalassa. He said Zack had good eyes. But not good like a Grammary's eyes, not that good. I wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Grammary's secret was? Maybe nobody now that Zack's gone. That Grammarly. Plot had finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warp in the Grammarly fabric, and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Grammary's power. I like the structure of this. Like, it feels like a noir mystery, which is pretty cool. The Eyes of Grammarly. The power which passed from Magnifi Grammarly to Thalassa, to the next generation. And I would once again need to meet the one who bridged it all together. But he died. Alright, so Drew Studio's done. That leaves the Borscht Bowl, which I'm pretty sure we don't have what we need. Solitary Cell 13, which is terrifying, and Sunshine Coliseum, which we haven't been to. Simdust, welcome in. How are you doing today? How's your week going? And thank you for 54 months. I appreciate that. Everybody freeze! This is a reset! Who gave Enemy the gun? Oh god! Why would anyone think that's a good idea? EP started rewatching Animaniacs last night after like 30 years. Yeah, it was way ahead of its time, I think. I think that helps it keep up. Alright, so let's head to Sunshine Coliseum, since that's the only place we haven't been yet. I think that might be where we need to go now. Present day Sunshine Coliseum. Well, this is a blast from the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Volant. 7 years has it been. Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you. I've spoken to the press. I've nothing more to say. I've spoken to a lot of people myself, and come to some conclusions. Then I realized I needed to hear it from you. I have walked a difficult road these past 7 years. Because you couldn't perform Magnifi's repertoire? Do not be deceived. Volant's skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on my way. That Grammarly. This rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was my end. Or so I thought. Zack Grammarly murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you? I remember it as if it were only yesterday. Yet that was not the way of it, in the end. For while he had vanished, the suspicions upon my own person never did. His partner Zack vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of a press said. I had no idea. Yet that very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. They cover the greatest magic show in history as if it were a vaudevillain distraction. Here I must stand, smiling at them all. What am I if not a player in some fiendish farce? Might I suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened? Magnifi's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here to get the answers from you. Of course. I knew I'd be seeing these sooner or later. The audience has no business stepping upon the stage. You must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight. Sounds an awful lot like something I heard 7 years ago. Let's make another save here, just in case. I remember it as if we're only covered in a video game, but an hour ago. Basically. Little Deader deserves everything he wants, especially a gun. Deader Nebula can have a gun as a treat, is what you're saying. Alright. Show him the jade! This is all we have now. Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me. I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. 7 long years I have endured. Now, finally, the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our troop within my grasp. Sorry to do this, Volant. Right now, I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. That should shake things up. Volant, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this. Oh man, are we gonna show it to him? Oh, holy shit, alright. So yeah, this should shake him up a little bit. Hey, Flare Cat, welcome in. I 100% believe that Volant cannot grow a mustache. Had to buy one. Hope you're doing well, Flare Cat. And what might that be? See, it bears the Grammary seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner, but I didn't imagine you'd be planning a comeback quite so fast. What is this? A document showing the true recipient of the performing rights to Magnifi's miracles. What? Zach Grammary? He wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter! Trucy and Nigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous! Zach is gone! Vanished into the void! This is the genuine article. Zach was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. We only got one rabbit that time. We got more work to do, clearly. Hey, Abstractism! It's going good. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Why? Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in thrall to the dead? You're not the only one with that problem. He shot Magnifi! Yes, it was Zach! It was! And then he left. My career as a magician fell into darkness. You think there might be some way out of it? Say, if you could prove Zach Grammary shot Magnifi? Was that why you testified? Yes, my way out. Should have been my way out! Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Volant. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnifi Grammary? Oh, what? I'd been assuming it was Volant. Is it not Volant? Did Volant not do the do? Is that what? Oh, jeez. I don't know what we have yet for this one. Yeah, I don't think we have what we need for this yet. Shoot. Alright. Dang it, I thought we'd have that one. Bringing cold out, and I installed Bazite on my desktop. It's quite nice. Excellent, excellent. Alright, so I can't do this one yet. I'm assuming Solitary Cell 13 is going to be last. Well, we must have what we need for the Borscht Bowl Club in that case. I don't know how, but we're going to see what we can figure out here. A whoopie pie tasting event. Holy crap. That sounds cool as hell. How was it? They have some good stuff in there? Alright, so present the Magatama. Alright, Amazon Luna. I forget that exists as well. Through Prime and Twitch, right. Alright, so I'll blast through the stuff we've seen before here, because we have seen this part. Alright, I think I know why you don't want to talk about her, because she did? That it? I don't remember what we did, but I know we got past that before. What did we do, the pistol before? Because she got shot, yeah.
Take that!
Let's see. Very good, although after a few tastings, you're pretty full. Oh, yeah, I can imagine. I actually had a friend when I was growing up whose mother worked for Keebler as a taste tester at one of their factories. And, of course, you know, when I first heard that, I'm like, oh my god, that's the coolest job ever. And she's like, no, I hate it. It's the worst thing in the entire world. And we're like, what? How can that not be incredible? And she's like, well, imagine how they do the taste testings. What they do is they get something that they think would kind of make like good strawberry, and then they do a bunch of variations on it, and then they have like 50 different like cookies, and you have to eat like 50 different cookies. But most of them, they didn't really get the ratio right, so they kind of taste like garbage. So basically, you spend all day eating cookies that taste bad. Is basically what the job is. Also, she mentioned she put on a bunch of weight from, you know, professionally eating cookies all day. So yeah, no, it does sound cool at first glance, but I can see the downsides too. Oh shit, some very good picks there, Abstractism. Holy crap. I have a ton of these games and I have not played any of them. You're in for some good games there then. Oh yeah, Bean Boozle. I don't get that. I don't get that. Bean Boozle sound terrible. And like, I've had people be like, hey, Shane, you'd make a ton of money on stream if you did the Bean Boozle challenge. And I'm like, I bet I would. But here's the downside. I'd have to eat Bean Boozles. Life's too fucking short, man. I ain't doing that. I choose not to. Yeah, no, some of those flavors sound disgusting. I refuse. I will not. Not worth it, Jesus. Like, seriously. Like, it's difficult staying comfortable when you're sitting in a chair for like 4 to 6 hours to begin with, but to be eating just gross-ass candy the whole time? Also, the cherry on top is, I don't like jelly beans to begin with. So even the ones that taste good, I wouldn't be a huge fan of. Oops. Oh yeah, spicy stuff too. I have a very low spice tolerance. I've been building it up a little bit over time, but it's still pretty low. Yeah, if they want to do it, that's their business, but like... Ugh. I will say as a very broad statement, I think there are far too many streamers that think that they have to torment themselves for entertainment purposes / donations. And I do not believe that to be a good or healthy strategy. I'll say that. Exactly, abstractism. Just like, don't do that. Dr. Pepper Jelly Bean. Oh my god. Oh shit, that reminds me. I keep meaning to show you folks. I'll try and put a picture in Discord later, but guess what I found at the store the other day? Sunset Sarsaparilla. Like the drink from Fallout? Jones Soda's actually making an actual Sunset Sarsaparilla now. And Emperor, thank you for 10 gift subs right there. Going to Flaus, Retrograde Tom, Sir Avium, The Bomb Ball, that's an amazing name. Catastrophe, Wasabi, Vino, Bedgehead, Blue Lion, and Miss RP Girl. That is a total of 2,501 in the channel. Emperor, thank you so much for all the generosity. That is awesome of you. I can think of 10 bribes that are going to be with you. I appreciate that, Emperor. That's really cool of you. Seriously, thank you. I found some subs too. So yeah, I did actually try the Sunset Sarsaparilla. I'll preface this by saying I've never actually had sarsaparilla before. So this was my first experience with that. It's kind of like a midway point between Coca-Cola and Dr. Pepper. Like, kind of overall tastes like Dr. Pepper, but it doesn't have that bite on the back end either. So I don't know that it's something that I'd want to like stick with. But it was good. I did enjoy the taste. So if you can find it, I'd say, yeah, go give it a try. Not like the Nuka-Cola Quantum. That was one of the worst things I've ever tasted. Flouse, you enjoy your lurk, and thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Oh, you caught up right here. Oh no, Emperor! You got pushed over one. Oh god, yeah, the Nuka-Cola Quantum was just the worst thing. And I know exactly why. Like, if you look at the ingredients list, I think the number one ingredient in there is citric acid. Which, if you don't know, citric acid, if you add it to food, makes it sour. There is so much fucking citric acid in this thing. Like, I took a big sip and, like, my face imploded, just, you know what I mean? And, like, I know people who like sour, and I just cannot imagine anyone drinking this on the regular. I will say I know someone that enjoys sour flavors. They said they kind of liked this, but also they did not finish the bottle, which I think is very telling. So yeah, Sunset Sarsaparilla, good stuff. Nuka-Cola Quantum, avoid as if your life depends on it. Bad times. I think I had the original Nuka-Cola when that came around, and that was just blue raspberry. That was fine. Nothing special, but it was fine. All right, so let's see. So we saw this. So we're still blasting through the stuff we've seen before. All right, so we saw this, right. I know there's someone else other than Trucy that inherited the power. And we know who it is, and as crazy it is, it appears to be Apollo Justice. We don't know how that makes any sense, but Apollo does seem to have Thalassa's power. And now we know from the reporter that Thalassa had a second kid with her ex-husband. So, like, it's plausible, at least, that he is Thalassa's child, which is nuts. Let's see, there's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. Just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. Oh! In this picture, she's wearing Apollo's bracelet. I was wondering, I'm like, we already had a picture of her. Why did we get a different picture of her now? Because this picture's got the bracelets in it. Alright. We could get you a wrench dressing soda instead? Oh god, I already survived 1 year of the Jones Soda Thanksgiving box. I don't ever want to go back. I think I've talked about that before. That was a nightmare. So Abstractism, I got mine from Mariano's, which is a Kroger store. So I would suspect if you have any stores near you that are owned by Kroger, I know they own a couple of them. I know there's Kroger, there's Mariano's, there's at least one other ones. Yeah, try checking those. I did one. You want to know what the worst one in there was, Valkos? The one that haunts me in my nightmares? There was one that was called Dinner Roll. And I love dinner rolls. I always eat way too many of them whenever it's Thanksgiving, so I thought that would be fine and nice and good. And you might think, well, dinner rolls are just bread. How do they make bread soda? Here's the thing. It didn't taste like bread. Because if you think about it, there's two ingredients in dinner rolls. There is the bread, and there is the butter. It was butter-flavored soda. Cold, carbonated butter flavor. Now, I'll give Jones Soda this. The taste was dead on. It wasn't one of those ones where like, oh yeah, they put some flavoring in it to make it taste strawberry. No. This tasted like carbonated butter. That experience will haunt me, forever seared into my brain, no matter how much I wish I could forget. There was other flavors in there, including antacid flavor, which was like Tums flavored. But the taste of carbonated butter. And thank you everyone for the hype train right there. I appreciate the hell out of that. Let's see what we got. Oh, it's a little cutie. Oh, we got a little cutie. That is adorable. Not sure what I'd use it for too much, but that is very cute. Thalassa means lake, water, or sea in Greek. Thank you, Kissa. I did not know that. I've heard the name before, I think, but that is very cute. Tums doesn't work for you? It does work for me, but it's a very short-term thing. Yeah, avoid it, please. It's so bad. And also, Abstractism has redeemed Invested Harvester sequel. Why would we not do Harvester-themed sodas to go along with Harvester? I think that would be a great way of advertising the product. That would be amazing. What kind of flavors would they make? Well, considering Harvester, there's really only one flavor that would make sense, and that's meat. Meat-flavored soda. Now, of course, we don't have like a high-tech chemistry lab to develop artificial flavorings. So what I'm thinking is we'll get like some like, what do they call that? The fizzy water, the unflavored stuff. We'll get some of that basically, and we'll just, let's pour some meat juice in there. That'll add the right flavor, I think. Yeah, soda water. Yeah, we'll just get some club soda, and we'll just dump some meat juice in it. Authentic flavoring, straight from the source. It'll be amazing. I joke, but like YouTubers would fall all over themselves to chug this thing, so we'd make some money off of it at least. Up until, you know, the Food and Drug Administration is like, is that safe? Is that gonna spoil like instantly? And at which point I say, can't catch me when I'm in Guatemala, bastards! And then flee the country. But up until then, we're living high. And thank you for the redeem right there. You always were a kidder. Yeah, it's amazing. All right, so let's show off the picture here. Get back over here.
Take that!
Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalassa was her second. How did you know this? Her first husband, he died a year after they were wed, yes? He was a performer. They met when he joined us Grammarys as a guest in our show. After Thalassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. Say she had a child then. I have a photograph of her here. I couldn't help notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. These bracelets stand out. They're a Grammary family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in the picture. What? So, that's why. Why what, Mr. Zeg? I took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. Bet I know where that other one went. She gave it to this boy. Son. Nice! 2 for 1! Let's see. I was trying really hard not to say it, Rooks. I'm glad you said it for me. Thank you. Her son? Everything's connected, even our attorney. Jeez. I will say, if you have to take like chewable antacids, if you happen to have a Kroger store nearby you, try the sugar-free antacids there. They're orange and cream soda flavored, and like, they're so dead on. They're actually pretty tasty. New York City! I remember that commercial. Yeah, sugar-free and like kind of delicious. Like, I don't want antacids to be delicious. I don't want to be imagining like eating a giant handful of antacids, but they are really tasty. Like, orange and cream soda is one of my favorite flavors, so like, I'm also biased, but really good. Antacid and laxative. Oh, God. It does sound dangerous. It does. Please be careful with them. You know, I've never actually been to an Orange Julius. Like, by the time I thought to try one, they were all gone out of the Midwest. I don't even know if they're still around. Also, I gotta blow my nose real quick. I'll be right back. All right, Kissa, kind of like how Chicago and New York are forever sniping each other over pizza. That makes sense. Strange power. I myself do not know where it comes from. Yet the fact is that it passed down the Gramarye line. It runs in their veins. What is it? I asked her, Thalassa, once. This is what she told me. The power responds to tension in others. Tension? If she were to face a person and they became tense even slightly, then she would know no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her. So she could see it. Not quite. This is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects? Wait, were they something she wore? Yes, her bracelets. I admit the first time I saw one of those, I felt there was more to it than just fashion. What kind of power could a bracelet have? I've made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift. Awesome. Yes, thank you. That's amazing. Eagle River from Hot Shots. Yes. Ooh, I hope so, Abstractism. That would be really neat. Makes sense, makes sense. Well, I hardly needed to tell me at this point, but those two, Trucy and Apollo, are brother and sister, yes. Brother, too, has this power of theirs. So Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what'll come of that. Mr. Wright, tonight, after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. I would not see her live her life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I am in your debt, once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up. These bracelets are made of a special alloy, said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something? Yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrist. Alright, nothing shrinks that much. That's crazy. Ooh. I have never played any of those Abstractism, though Star Trek Armada I have a copy of. Oh, Elite Force, we played those both on stream, but the other three, I haven't played it yet. And this has something to do with the power? What have I told you? Grammary power reacts to tension in others. When a Grammary senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates into a minute contraction of the muscles. So minute they cannot sense it on their own. The muscles? Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for. Bracelet on, one can sense these contractions, because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrist. Precisely. That alone doesn't really count as mind reading. I believe I understand how the process works from there. Simple question of eyesight. Eyesight? That sounds simple enough. Alright, so they're basically trying to explain it not as magic now? Is that what I'm hearing? Interesting. Alright, EP, have a good grocery shop. Thanks so much for hanging around with us, and we will see you around. Yeah, seriously. You'd think Apollo would just slip right off. Have you ever heard of kinetic vision? Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped if they focus. Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see so many things. The faintest twitch of the face and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a crowd before one may distract it. So basically what you're saying is, Grammaries can see really well? For them, seeing is more than believing, it is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me too. Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But, what if someone could tell you when to focus? Or something? Precisely. Oh wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelets. They're talking about poker, yes? Timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. That is all I know of things Grammary. Thank you, Mr. Zack. This boy's bracelet is the real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? I've said so much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. That night? The night my mentor, Magnific Grammary, passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnific's test. Test? In his last years, Magnific Grammary worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. But that night I could not shoot him. So I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer. Take this. I give my art to you, Zack. What? Just thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack. Though I would not have minded dying by your hand. How could I shoot you? You're my mentor. Ah, I thought you might say that. I went home without shooting anything. What would you have done then? Then, of course, I would have given Volant his chance. And if I had shot you in the forehead instead, it would be over. You or Volant were to shoot me in the head, I to the darkness would go, and my art with me. Fitting end, don't you think? Ah. Yet this ending, too, gives me no cause for regret. Thank you, Zack. And I'm sorry. Done much that was wrong in my day. Seems to me that Magnifi wanted you to be the successor all along. That's why the time he gave you That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Volant's. Perhaps, but something we'll ever know for sure now. No wonder. What is Volant up to these days? Waiting for you to die. If 7 years pass like this, the performance rights go to him. Ah. Now here I am. Is ended. Worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know? What? You don't mean to tell me they put the blame for our mentor's death on him? Trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There were even rumors that Volant had helped you pull it off. But that's madness. Well, before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated? Even though I'm dead. That night, Zack Gramarye was killed. He died as Shady Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. Whom it may concern, 7 years past, I, Zack Gramarye, murdered my mentor, Magnifi Gramarye. I apologize for the trouble caused by my sudden departure. His confession to use as I saw fit. Of course, he killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Volant Gramarye, who is actually a murderer. Let's make sure that's clear. Alright, that finishes the Borscht Bowl Club, so that leaves 2 left now. Caught up here. So yeah, it's highly ridiculous pseudoscience, but I suppose it's kind of nice that it, like, at least makes some sort of sense instead of being wizard bracelets. I mean, it does make sense for Trucy. She doesn't have to focus all the time, she just has to focus when players are looking at their cards. That moment when they would get tense. Like, that actually is logical. Wizard bracelet. Moido in this economy. Alright, so I think we have what we need to do Sunshine Coliseum. And then after that is going to be the big duel. Let's go ahead and attempt to break him again. We've seen some of this before. But we need more. And I think we have what we need now. Alright, so he says he'll get nothing from us. And so we start by dropping a bomb on him to shake things up. And what we show him is the letter from Zack transferring performance rights to Trucy. Which obviously shocks him down to his very core. And then we go through a whole bunch of stuff about how he vanished. We get a partial breakdown. And then he claims that Zack's the one that shot him. And that he testified in order to put the blame on Zack and not him. And now we have the confession. I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Zack Gramarye wrote one more thing before passing on. This is a confession, in which he admits to the killing of Magnifi Gramarye. See? All according to your plan. I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. It seems the tables have turned. Now I am the audience, believing the deceptions I have wrought upon myself. Zack wrote this right in front of me, after I explained your situation to him. Oh my god! He's such a dork! Also a murderer, but a dork too. Hey Groshin, welcome in. So things we have found since you got back. No, the Black Locks are the last thing we have to get to. But things we've determined since then, Apollo Justice is half-sister to Trucy and son of Thalassa Gramarye, who is Zack's wife and also the only True Blood successor of Magnifi Gramarye, the head of the troop. So, oh god, everything's connected. And we also went through a weird, like, half, like, pseudoscience explanation for Apollo's power? Weird. Apollo's the half-sister? Yeah, he's a hodgepodge of a man. You do know that this confession is nothing but lies. Yes, it's my opinion that Zack Gramarye killed no one. You must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. 2 received instructions to kill, but if one is innocent, and the one who remains is guilty, yes, you murderer. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. Managed to protect me as partner. A stirring tale, 'tis true. Did you shoot Magnifi Gramarye in the forehead? If I had, and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police, perchance. Do as you will. There is nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I needed my mentor Magnifi's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed a hold of me. I knew it. So Valant Gramarye did kill the great Magnifi. So sorry, Mr. Wright. But it was not I who shot my mentor. What? What if it wasn't you? Then who was it? There wasn't. There wasn't another disciple, was there? Did Trucy do it? Did Trucy kill Gramps? Oh, God. Another disciple. Such as? I don't know. Knack and talent, Gramarye, maybe? Wild fancies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zack and Valant received those threatening letters. There was another. One more person could have fired the pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now. It wasn't Zack or Valant who shot Magnifi. It had to be the only other person at the scene, which means... Wait, you don't mean... Yes, great Magnifi Gramarye himself. No, that doesn't make any sense. What? So Magnifi Gramarye committed suicide? Find it hard to believe. To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility. When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. Appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. When I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me. So you spoke with Magnifi Gramarye? Yes. This is why I knew what he had done. Magnifi transferred the rights for his repertoire to my partner, Zack Gramarye, not me. I see. And I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it. Wait, if Phoenix always thought he did it, then why did he let his daughter hang out with a murderer? Phoenix, you're a terrible parent. Holy shit. You owe me no apology. Huh? My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of a murder. What? Your crime? What, Gramarye confessing something to me? It'd be more serious than murder. See, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnifi's plan. You wanted to die by one of your hands. Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart. A demon? Let me confess, I had intended to shoot Magnifi, and planned on framing my partner for the crime. What? That night, I prepared something before going to Magnifi's hospital room, which was IV fluid, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan. But you didn't shoot him. Could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came. Then Magnifi called me back. I am sorry, Volant. I am giving my magic to Zack, not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please help him if you can. I left the room. Then I stopped. Shock of what I had just been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot. Magnifi Gramarye killing himself. Then the demon awoke anew within me. Zack killed him. He was the one. Frame him, and the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of the suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints. Then I used the syringe to add the IV liquid I'd brought. So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnifi died, and you framed Zack for his murder. As planned, indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed, truly? That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but... Yes? I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Volant. Thank you. It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I had lost everything could I make my decision. You're gonna turn yourself in? My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. As my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I've had enough of vanishing acts. I understand. I thought my life was ruled by a dead man. I find I was wrong. Or Zack Gramarye was alive. Well, not anymore. Now it occurs to me. What if he was not the only one who survived? What do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realize that we, never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body. Her? Mind races and the mouth flaps on. My apologies. Forget this matter. I hope that the day will come when I again meet my partner, Zack Gramarye. Then, shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I'm glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you. Zack Gramarye, Shoddy Smith. Whatever name you prefer, he's no longer with us. Truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver, and the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I'd have to do to push back the darkness for good, and it would involve paying that man a visit. Alright, so if we get a check mark here, there is only one thing left to do, and that is in Solitary Cell 13. Let's save, and then we have to take on the scariest looking set of Cyclops we have ever seen. Like, he's not a murderer, but like, he framed the dude for murder, so like, still go to jail, dude? Seriously. Alright, this one's gonna be tough, I suspect. Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied. I see. Do you know when it'll be finished? Well... Could you go find out? Certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment. My apologies to the guard, but there's something I need to see. that yellow envelope. There it is, the yellow envelope. And the sender is Drew Misham. I was right! When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope, but it was left at the crime scene. If this is the last letter that Drew Misham wrote, then there's something I need to do. Last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. Let's see if this trochonine spray finds anything. So this was Drew Misham's messenger of death. It was this stamp, all right, no mistaking it. His last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. The interview request came like you said it would, and they're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you. So please release the spell you've put on my daughter. I'll write later with a something. Gotcha. Alright, so we officially found the poison stamp, and now we have concrete evidence tying Christoph to this case. Finally, decisive evidence. What's this? A burglar in jail? Gavin! I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, right? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Vera Misham hasn't received her verdict yet. Follow me, Gavin? There are no known survivors of atrochonine poisoning, but it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now then. Right? Wait. Yeah, Gavin? You mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry, forgot I had it. Many thanks. Oh, shit! We've now seen all the clues in this case. Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now it's time. Every story has an ending. We come to the final chapter, the final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can. He had a camera in the badge on his hat! Oh, shit! Oh, that is a nice twist. I like that. I like that a lot. That is an amazing twist. I love it. I love it so much. As soon as he said we have to get the letter back, I'm like, no, that's the only thing we could possibly use. Oh, but Phoenix would have held it up so the camera could see it. So it is getting pretty late at this point. But also, I think we all can agree we can't stop here. We can't. No, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. Fuck it. Fuck it. I need to know. We need to see how it ends. Gotta know. Keep going. Let's keep going. Fuck it. We'll do it live. I have a coworker that likes to quote that. Welcome to court. 7 years, all leading to one verdict. Verdict which you must decide. Is the defendant Vera Misham innocent or guilty? Courtroom doors are opening. Trial awaits. Are you ready to begin? Okay. Interesting, I had to actually hit that. There's no brakes on this train wreck. Just throttle. Something inside me, rising, surfacing. Something important, lost long ago. Close now. So close. That gave me a little bit of a chill, I'm not gonna lie. I actually got the hair standing up on my arms, oh god. Like that was cool. That was really good, that silence in the background. Ooh, that was good. October 9th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 3. Court is now in session for the trial of Vera Misham. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution's ready to rock. Prosecutor Gavin, how is the defendant, Vera Misham's condition? Yeah, we've already proven she's no murderer, though yet here we are, because Gavin sucks, basically. Cue to trochonine poisoning, according to her physician. She could die at any time. Thus, her absence from this courtroom today. Hang on a sec. Here we go. What? They can't put her on trial without her being here. It is unusual. You should wait for her to get better and do it then. It's so bureaucratic of them. That's being a little harsh. You can't delay the trial any longer, or they risk having no one left to try. Trial without a verdict can only cause grief. The records of this case and experience tell us this. Apologies to the defendant, but the show must go on. Right. If Vera dies, the trial will be cancelled. I'm not going to let that happen. Mr. Wright told me everything that's been going on behind the curtain all these years. I'm going to get Vera her innocent verdict while there's still time. Very well. Your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin. So not only do we have to prove she's innocent, we got a ticking clock. Yeah, you really can't do it in the USA. Some jurisdictions you can, but usually it's, usually there's a lot of rules around it. Plus, don't forget, this is the test jury trial, so it might have different rules than usual. Prosecution's case is unchanged by recent events. Why did Vera Misham succumb to poison? Because she couldn't live with the guilt of what she'd done.
Objection!
But Vera was poisoned with a trochonine, the exact same poison that took her father's life. What better confession could you ask for? Being the killer, she would have had access to the poison. Significant, since it's rather hard to come by. That is true. In other words, I see no need for further discussion. We could have had our verdict yesterday. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no objections, I see no reason to postpone a verdict. What we need to worry about isn't the verdict, but the trial itself. The defense holds that Vera Misham is the victim, not the killer. If that's so, then you have to prove something. She was in court giving her testimony before us. How do you propose her killer poisoned her? Oh, and incidentally, it would be nice if you told us who her mystery killer was. Prosecution's objection is sustained. I ask the defense to prove its claims to this court. We're gonna save, but I think by now I've put things together. Now let's just see if we can prove everything. Yeah, I really enjoyed that kick to Phoenix's crotch for not telling me all that up front. Hopefully he doesn't want any biological children, because it ain't happening now! Oh, jeez. Let's see. In some rare cases, France will now want one party to marry someone who died. I assume that's for some death benefits in some cases. Tell us how Vera Misham was poisoned. I've got two things to prove here. Who did it and how? Which to hit first? I mean, I'm thinking how. How seems like the logical one for me. Yeah, I think we start there because then we get a natural lead into the who, which we're gonna need, obviously. Let's start with the how. How did the killer poison Vera Mission? Oh, alright. I mean, that's kind of cool, actually. I like that. I'll focus first on the method used. Any comments before we begin, Prosecutor Gavin? Not a bottle or container of the poison was found in the defendant's body. Let's see. The vector of poisoning is unknown. Is the defense prepared to prove how the poison reached Vera Mission? Yes, Your Honor. Very well. What method was used to poison Vera Mission? So if we assume who the poisoner is, and I think we all know who the villain is now, we do know through this giant mountain of evidence that we now have in our inventory, we now know that she did have something on her during the trial that wouldn't have raised any suspicion, but still could have been a method for him to deliver poison directly to her.
Take that!
What's this? My, what a beautiful bottle. I'd like to give whoever designed that a hand. That nail polish? It's colorless. Ah. Something the matter? No. Nothing. Nothing at all. So the killer put poison in this bottle and made her drink it. As Prosecutor Gavin has told us, this is nail polish. Nail polish? It's like paint for nails? Do you know any women with red nails? Ah, my wife has red nails. I see. So she's been painting them all this time. Good Lord, indeed, Royce. What? They let this man be a judge. Let's recall yesterday's trial. Remember when Vera was testifying to the court? It's so fucking wild. It pains me here, I'm dying. Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. Practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Whenever Vera became nervous, she had a habit of biting her nails. Nails? Ah! Prosecutor Gavin? When the prosecution had Vera examined, did they check her nails? Bailiff, have them check the defendant's nails at once! Mr. Justice. Yes? Do you know who did this? Do you know who put poison in that nail polish? Yes. Bottle. Belongs to Vera Mission? Why do you ask? Know someone else who might have a bottle like this? No, just checking. Mr. Justice, you are about to accuse someone of poisoning that bottle of nail polish. Please dispense with the chatter. You realize the weight of this accusation. Here, let me show you. Understood, Your Honor. No problem. I know what I'm doing this time. Then let us ask, who poisoned Vera Mission via her nail polish? All right. Oh, God. So, this is going to start a gigantic shitstorm. And then the real battle begins. But we've got our path set now. We know who done it, and we know who needs to pay for their considerable volume of crimes. Has Apollo polished his argument? It would seem so. Hooded Whalehog, welcome in.
Take that!
What's this? Christoph Gavin.
Objection!
What's your game? My bro? There's no way you could do a thing like that. You should know that better than anyone else. Indeed. He's behind bars. I know. However, that doesn't mean it was impossible to do what he did. What? Ask yourself when he put the poison in the bottle. Could have been yesterday, could have been a month ago, maybe it was a year ago. Or perhaps it was 7 years ago. But Christoph Gavin had no motive for killing this poor girl. It's simply inconceivable. Prosecutor Gavin doesn't seem to think so. That face tells me one thing. Christoph Gavin's own younger brother doesn't find it inconceivable at all. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, you feel there's a clear and pressing need. May have to summon Christoph Gavin from jail as a special witness. Fine. I've known for some time that an impenetrable darkness lurked at the bottom of this. A darkness that has swallowed even myself. Okay, the defense's wish is granted. Let prisoner Christoph Gavin take the stand. Bailiff, begin proceedings to call a special witness. Witness is Christoph Gavin, currently residing in solitary cell 13 at Central Prison. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this case. I think this is my favorite case of the game by a lot. Yeah, let's double execute him. We'll send him to double secret jail. Ah, Your Honor, how nice to see you again. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? What do I owe the pleasure of your company? It's not every day I'm summoned from my solitary cell. In fact, it's never. I think you already know Mr. Christoph Gavin. Ah, Mr. Justice. I hear you've been doing quite well for yourself. Why do I feel like somehow he's still my boss? Stiff up, really, Papalo. You can do it. Does this bottle look familiar? Ariadone nail polish? Why yes, I use it myself. As did the late defendant, I hear. She's not dead yet. And was there something concerning this bottle you wish to ask me about? I admit I respect her for her taste in nail polish. Her taste indeed. This nail polish was how Vera Misham was poisoned. Trochonine, was it? You're well informed about this case, Mr. Gavin. Even in solitary, much comes to my desk, and I have nothing to do but read. Well, Clavier? Oh yeah, he's getting a little nervous now. Not because he's gonna lose, but because I think he's realizing that maybe we're right here. Maybe you can explain this? You're being accused again. By him. Again. Ah. And? You agree with his accusation, do you? Let's hold a proper trial, shall we? Christoph Gavin, your testimony, please. I'd be delighted. Charges against you are quite severe, Mr. Gavin. You are suspected of the poisoning of the defendant, Vera Misham. Let's testify on this matter to the court. Owning the same nail polish does not a murderer make. I've been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I poison her? Father died of the same poison, the meaning of which should be clear. Prosecution's case holds. She poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father, too. Well, actually, now that you mention it... Well... the defense's claim is sounding rather unlikely. Naturally. For one, I don't even know the Mishams. Isn't that so, Mr. Justice? Very well. Mr. Justice, begin your cross-examination. Accusing Christoph Gavin, my ex-boss. But I know he poisoned the Mishams. The question is, when could he have done it? Not to mention why. A wild marriage has appeared. Ooh, all right. I see the bracelets glowing. All right. So where do we want to use the bracelet? It looks different there. I mean, I feel like this is the obvious one. Let's take a look. See if we can spot anything. That steely gaze. That steely gaze. It's terrifying. Alright, so nothing there. Can you see his other hand? I kind of saw it, but no, I don't think we can see his other hand. Ooh, hang on. Got that scar on his hand right there. That's spooky. Ooh, whoa, whoa! Whoa, hang on, what was that? What was that? I looked away for a second and then just caught a glance of it. Holy shit! So when he mentions Vera's father, there is a skull-like throbbing in his hand. Alright. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's hit it. Let's hit it. You're up against the Devil Pazuzu. What the hell? Alright, wait for it. Wait for it. Boom!
Gotcha!
God, that's creepy. That position again? I mean, kinda. Dude needs a doctor. What the hell? The Hand of Vecna. It was you that killed Drew Mission. Bluff worthy of your new mentor, Mr. Wright. Oh, really? But you see, I saw it. Right when you said her father, too. Your hand tensed unnaturally, and a little devil appeared to give me the news. And let's assume for the sake of argument that you saw me being tense. What does that mean? Are all tense witnesses guilty? And tell me, was Drew Misham fond of nail polish too? Sorry, but there's more than one way to poison a man. You don't need nail polish to get into someone's mouth. Ah, then I must be very talented indeed. You see, Drew Misham was killed on October 6th. While I was already in my solitary confinement cell at Central Prison. If that's not an alibi, then I don't know what is. But you found a way all the same. And I found it too. This is how you poisoned Mr. Misham. Show him the stamp!
Take that!
I'm sure this commemorative stamp requires no introduction. Let me caught up on chat real quick. Visual record of devil appearances admissible in court. I think that's the one thing I like about this is, like, Apollo finds the twitches, and the twitches themselves aren't admissible in court. It's just that when he mentions the twitches, it throws the witness off enough that they say something they shouldn't have, and it gives them an in. Like, if he were saying, I saw the witness twitch, that's an evidence of guilt, that would be bullshit. But, like, I like the way they do it, honestly. Yeah, this had already been laid out in detail, but we hadn't tied any of it to Gavin yet, or to Christoph. So we gotta do that now. The night Mr. Misham died, he was seen writing a letter. Trochonine was found on this stamp, Mr. Gavin. So am I to understand that the stamp was the murder weapon? Yes, you are. Oh, and yes, the stamp was found in your prison cell. Got him on the ropes now. That is all, Your Honor. Order! 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 Also, that letter was way overstamped. 41 cents is an oddly specific amount. I do like it. I think it's cool. I think it's cool. Like, it's a fun game system. Like, it's a cool game mechanic. But also, like, it makes a lot of sense within the logic of the universe. poison on the back of that stamp. After Drew Misham was killed, someone paid a visit to this witness's cell. Phoenix Wright. Daddy? That's when he found the stamp. You made Drew Misham write you a letter. That's how you killed him. What? My. You've upset my poor brother to the point of uselessness. Allow me to clarify this matter, Justice. All you need to do is recall witness Spark Brushell's testimony. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamp, end quote. He was looking for a stamp. Ergo, he had no intention of using this stamp. What are you getting at? What I'm arriving at is that this commemorative stamp was in a frame. It was mere coincidence that he used it that night. That would seem to be the case. Or perhaps you mean to suggest that I can somehow manipulate coincidence? Honestly, that is kind of an issue, isn't it? He does have a point. How would this witness know if the victim was going to use that stamp? Without that, he couldn't have planned the murder. All right, yeah, no, you've got a point there. That's actually kind of tricky. Really, Clavier. Should be seeing through these weak-spined bluffs by now. He's right, though. How could anyone have known Mr. Misham would use that stamp that night? Least of all, Christoph Gavin locked away in his cell. Well, the defense has run out of things to say. You assume he had something to say in the first place. I believe the defense's bluff has been called. The defense's bluff? I'm not sure I agree with you there, Christoph. Clavier? Honestly, I wanted to believe you, but the defense wasn't trying to get away with a bluff. You were, Christoph. What are you saying? Prosecutor Gavin! Hair forehead. What was your accusation again? Huh? Oh, it was that this poisoned stamp killed Drew Misham, yeah? To which my brother responded thusly. There was no way to know when Misham would use the stamp. Yes, that's right, which is why it couldn't have been planned. Tell me, it needs to be planned. Why? Why couldn't it have been a coincidence? The defense's case is simply that Drew Misham died by that stamp. That's all. Coincidence? Christoph, you tried to slip out from under his accusation by changing the subject. If that's not bluffing, what is? What are you up to, Clavier? I could ask you the same question, Christoph. I silenced the defense with the fewest words possible. It's called efficiency. But Mr. Gavin, that's impermissible testimony. Very well, I shall take his claim head on then. Justice. But what? You accuse me of Drew Misham's murder, yes? Then, allow me to ask you, what possible reason could I have to kill a painter? Oh, motive! He's talking about a motive! Indeed. See how an attorney could come to want to kill a painter. Here's something. Why didn't he bring up the motive from the very beginning? Unless he was afraid it was a battle he might lose. So, what does it mean? It means there might be a weak spot. Maybe I have some evidence to prove a motive. I think we do. Getting uncomfortable as a cougar. Shane Chat after dark. I'll just point out it's noon over here. A motive for murder. It's a vital, if not the most vital element of this case. Please consider this when making your statement. I'd say it's about this vital. Oh, damn it! Alright, panic save again. That's pretty vital. Well, Mr. Justice, going through with this no matter what. Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to present evidence. And let's see what you have for us. What reason did Christoph Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Misham? Well... I figure we either present the notebook page or the yellow letter itself. You know what else is vital? The safety save. Gotta have the safety save. So important. Alright, so... yeah, like the notebook page is the actual thing that's behind all of this, so I think let's present that first. See if that's the thing we use.
Take that!
Christoph Gavin's motive becomes clear when we consider why the stamp came to Drew Misham's studio in the first place. And why was that? Forgery, Your Honor. Go back 7 years. Drew Misham accepts his first job creating forged evidence. I've seen that before. A page from a diary, wasn't it? Magnifi Grammary's diary. Ah, when attorney Phoenix Wright lost his badge, yes. This was the evidence he presented to his loss. This evidence is a fake, yes. But did Mr. Wright request the forgery be made? That was never proven.
Objection!
The defense attorney on that case was Phoenix Wright, who, other than him, drunk with the prospect of victory, could have done it. And why would they? Just out of curiosity, do you remember this letter? This is the first page. And this is the second. So he perfects forgery on his first try? Well, his daughter was forging paintings first. And then, yeah, basically she did a perfect forgery of handwriting on the first try. But she also had a bunch of, like, whiz-bang tools to analyze the original. And apparently she's some sort of genius at copying. Those were presented in court yesterday. This letter was sent to Drew Misham by the client who requested that forgery. The enclosed stamp was none other than the poison commemorative stamp. Drew Misham drew his last breath just the other day. However, the motive for his murder was already 7 years old. 7 years old? The client who requested this forgery was very cautious. He tried to erase anything and anyone with connections to the forgery. Keep them from talking? But he made a mistake. Oh, I didn't want to mess up the language before? Aw, that's fair. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. The killer's time bomb was delayed. The poison stamp was sealed within a glass frame, where it sat for 7 whole years. Hair forehead. You understand what you're telling us? The one who schemed up the forged diary page was the one who poisoned the stamp. And it was Phoenix Wright who presented the forged evidence 7 years ago. Adding the two statements together, the one who schemed to kill Drew Misham was none other than Phoenix Wright.
Objection!
Sorry, but that's not how this is going to go down. Oh, then how will it go down? I checked through the records on that case when I found this. 7 years ago, just before the trial began. Oh, old boy. Here. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. And one more thing. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. You understand I am asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. That was enough. Phoenix Wright was put on the case the day before the trial started. He didn't have time to request a forgery. Day before? Now here's a question. Just who was Shadi Enigmar's previous defense attorney? No, this can't all be. But it is all true. There was another man, a defense attorney with a badge on his collar. It was you, Christoph Gavin. A defense attorney? Suppose he was, yeah. His brother was the prosecutor, he was the defense attorney. Holy shit. That was one thing we had never found out yet. Order! What is the meaning of this, witness? Defendant? A former lawyer? Let me begin by denying this.
Objection!
It's easy enough to look up, Mr. Gavin. And impossible to prove if you can't. Attorneys are registered with the court the day before the trial begins. In other words, no record remains in the court. How exactly did you intend to prove Phoenix Wright's claim? That would be difficult. Read this line of inquiry, won't you?
Objection!
Hair forehead? Are you sure you don't have evidence? What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks clammy. Evidence. Evidence that shows this man, Christoph Gavin, requested that forgery 7 years ago. Flavor. Just prove it. Clear up these doubts now, or I swear I'm off this case. You must have thought of some evidence, Apollo. Prosecutor Gavin looks like he's in physical pain. Darkness. I have to pull that darkness out of him. Proof is the only way I can. What proves Christoph Gavin's link to Drew Misham? Save? The Floyer! Jacques Hughes! That would be an amazing Apollo Justice name. Well, Mr. Justice? Claim Christoph Gavin requested a forgery of Drew Misham 7 years ago. Prove it. It can be proven. Simply ridiculous. Why even discuss it? This evidence does not...
Objection!
Are you telling the truth, Apollo Justice? I am. Then, I say we give him the benefit of the doubt. Very well. You're wrong about this. Be prepared for a penalty.
Objection!
Your Honor, you do the defense an injustice. Mr. Justice is clearly passionate about his claim. Should the penalty not match his passion? Oh, God! I haven't given a penalty like that in a long time. Well, Mr. Justice? Fine, Your Honor. All I have to prove is any kind of link. Something that ties Christoph Gavin and Drew Misham, which we do have. We do, in fact, have something that'll tie him to it. Oh, all right. We're getting close now. No pressure, no pressure. Oh, God. And have something that clearly does the job. Very well, Mr. Justice. Present your evidence. Show us the link between our witness and Drew Misham. And this is the master stroke that Phoenix Wright himself got for us. The letter from Drew Misham to Mr. Gavin.
Take that!
This evidence proves there's a link.
Objection!
That scrap of paper, I'm afraid I can't let you submit that. Is there some problem? There is. How could you possibly have that? You couldn't. Daddy's handwriting. Oh shit. Oh, we're playing a dangerous game here. Mr. Wright's handwriting? What is the meaning of this? Ah, I see now. Yes, of course. What do you mean, of course? I just remembered I had a visitor yesterday. Phoenix Wright came to my cell, except I wasn't there. Phoenix Wright? When I returned, I saw he had something of mine in his possession. Of course, I had no intention of letting him get away with reading my private mail. Mail? I mean, this letter was in your cell? No. However, it appears Mr. Wright has yet to be cured of his bad forging habits. Well, if it's a forgery, it's not a very good one. The handwriting's terrible. This is Mr. Wright's reproduction of what was written in the real letter. Reproduction? When Mr. Wright visited Christoph Gavin's cell, he brought with him a small video camera. What? He recorded his entire conversation with you, Mr. Gavin, and the contents of your personal mail. Regardless, this mockery of a piece of evidence will never be accepted by the court. If it's based on a video a man with no authority whatsoever claims he took, a man who happens to be an ex-attorney suspected of forgery. Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin? As embarrassing as this is for me to say, I'm afraid my brother is incapable of making rational judgments at the moment. Your Honor, your decision, please. The defense's claim is denied. What? Only actual evidence is permitted in a court of law. Please remove the defense's evidence from the record. Better luck next time, Justice. That's it? Wait, what was happening? What's happening? What's going on? Oh God. Why are they playing the end of case music? Oh no. Brooks, oh God. Oh, this is bad. Did we just lose? Wait, what? Well, we've certainly taken a detour from our cross-examination. What? The defense appears to be lacking proof. Oh God. I'm forced to end the cross-examination of Christoph Gavin at this point. Apollo, do something! I'm thinking, but without evidence. I don't have anything I can use on him. Very well. This ends the special witness's cross-examination.
Objection!
Show's over, yet the crowd screams for more. Only now do I understand why. Prosecutor Gavin. Frankly, I'm relieved. This has been bothering me for 7 whole years. And I'm tired of the whole youthful angst scene. Now's our chance. Let's clean out the family closet, eh, Christoph? Clavier? Spinning out of control. Calm yourself before you say something you'll regret. Spinning out of whose control? Mine or yours? Take a moment to consider everything you've built. Your reputation as a prosecutor, your fame with the masses. You'd lose it all, Clavier. Oh, did you see that? He's trying to press Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecutor Gavin, try to remember. What's really important to you? You amuse me, hair forehead. I couldn't forget what's really important to me, even if I tried. In fact, I haven't. Not even once. 7 years ago. Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Hair Wright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? Prosecution would like to call a new witness. State your name and occupation for the record. I'm familiar with the trial. Watched the video several times. Didn't you find anything unnatural about it? Unnatural? Well, you did seem unusually well prepared. I mean, Mr. Wright had only just presented his evidence. And the next moment you call in Drew Misham. It was almost as if... what? Funny, didn't even occur to me to wonder. Now that I do, I see there's only one possible explanation. Almost as if, from the very beginning, you knew Mr. Wright was going to present that evidence. Ah, correct. I knew that if I applied the usual pressure, Phoenix Wright would eventually come up with that forged diary page. Do this, Clavier. I knew because you told me, Christoph. What? It was the night before the trial. Clavier? Christoph? Odd seeing you at the prosecutor's office the day before the trial. I won't be appearing in the trial, actually. Huh? Why not? I won't be facing off with you in your first trial, apparently. For the exchange, I brought information. Information? The attorney who will be there in my place tomorrow is not to be trusted. Don't even give him the benefit of your respect. Listen. I want you to call in a special witness. Then... I wondered about it at the time. How did Christoph know so much? Prosecutor Gavin. Christoph? We were supposed to face each other in that trial. A fair fight, brother to brother. I deserved that much. You let me borrow the victim's belongings. You showed me all your research on the case. Victim's belongings? Which would have included Magnifi's diary, wouldn't it? Mr. Gavin? My, Clavier, you disappoint me. You find trees yet miss the forest. You're the one missing the forest, Mr. Gavin. Can't sweep this under the rug. Not anymore. Tell me what was going on behind that trial. Why not? I've achieved what I came here to do. I see no harm in a little reminiscing. Hollow. I think we're finally going to shine a light on the black belly of this thing, Trucy. We've done everything we could. Hope it's enough. 7 years ago, the day before the trial, I visited the detention center at the request of my client, Zach Gramery. 2 cards. 1 card. Showdown time. Enough. You lose, Gavin. Thanks for the work. Now go. To be honest, I don't know what his reasons were to this day. As far as I could tell, he dismissed me as his representation because I lost in a game of poker. I can come to no other conclusion. Eddie used to say something. You want to know a man, you have to compete. Zach wasn't watching his points or the cards. He was watching the man behind the cards, Christoph Gavin. I couldn't believe it. Phoenix Wright? Second-rate attorney who relies on luck and bluffs. He dismissed me and went with that pitiful excuse for a man? He deserved to die for that error alone. Hold it! So the one who requested that forgery was... Oh, I'm not admitting to anything. My point is, these 2 men shamed me and I could not forgive that. Phoenix Wright and Zach Gramery both deserved what they got. So you asked Mr. Mission to forge that evidence, so you could win. But then, when you were dismissed as Zach Gramery's attorney, you used your forged evidence as a trap. You fed me information about that forgery you made. Then you gave your dirty evidence to him. You're free to imagine what you will. My point is that all I had imagined come to pass. Everything went perfectly. Incredible. If I wasn't laughing, I'd weep. Prosecutor Gavin? Perfectly? You're mad, Christoph. Stop fooling yourself. What are you talking about, Clavier? Tell me, how did that trial end? Cancelled when the defendant vanished. Ah, I get it. So, Christoph, you've been living in fear for 7 years. What? You were afraid your forgery would be revealed and your reputation trashed. You couldn't leave things to chance, so you watched everyone involved with the case for 7 years. You know, he always felt like he was being watched. That's what he said, every day for 7 years. But I felt it too. Journalists sure he is being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Gramery got rubbed out after 7 years? And right after coming into contact with me? Wait just a minute! Zach Gramery was seen by this reporter? How is that possible? Was he alive after being gone 7 years? Finally, I knew this moment was coming. Just didn't think we'd get here so fast. Zach Gramery, gone missing for 7 years. Trucy's father. What's wrong, Apollo? Go get him! Right. Leave it to me. Allow me to refresh the court's memory. 6 months ago, Christoph Gavin was charged with murdering a mysterious traveler. I remember him quite well. Shady Smith, was it? Poison in a Chinese restaurant. Tragic. The details don't really matter right now. What matters is that traveler was Zach Gramery. What is it, Apollo? Huh? Keep going! We'll talk about it later. Did you already know? Someone please explain this. Mr. Justice, can you explain this? It all started 7 years ago. The great magician Magnifi Gramery's death started it all. Magnifi Gramery's death and his student Zach Gramery the suspect. Whoever defended Zach in court successfully would be famous beyond belief. Thinking that, Christoph Gavin did the unthinkable. He forged evidence. Who Misham? Actually, it was his daughter, Vera, who really did the work. You took precautions when you had that forgery made, didn't you, Mr. Gavin? Precautions? To keep people from talking, of course. These two know too much. Leave them alive and there'll be nothing but trouble. That's when you planned your poisoning of the forgers. Trochmanine. Applied to a commemorative stamp. But luck was on Mr. Misham's side. The bomb didn't go off. His daughter. She saved him by taking the stamp. I see. But that wasn't the only bomb he set up. The Ariadne nail polish, of course. You noticed something in your request to that forgery. When Vera Misham's nervous, she has a bad habit. Tendency to bite her nails. Ah! That nail polish was her good luck charm. Almost kidnapped once. Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. That person gave me a good luck charm when I absolutely had to go outside. It protects me. Yes, apparently she received something, a gift. Don't tell me what it was. From that client, the one who wanted that note made. All your case are belonged to us. That just came up the other day, too. It was his insurance. Insurance? As long as she lived quietly at home, there was no danger to her. But what if she had to go outside? Ran into any trouble, she'd become nervous. And the nail polish would do the rest. His time bomb sat there for 7 years. And then they went off almost simultaneously. If you're finished, may I return to my cell now? I'm not accustomed to standing for such long periods of time. Mr. Gavin, have you heard a single thing we've said? Oh, I listened quite closely to your little tale. Quite an entertaining piece of fiction. What? Clavier, surely you understand. Back to the evidence, the lacking evidence. Nothing proves a link between him and the Atroquinine that took Drew Misham's life.
Objection!
What about the restaurant? You killed Zach Grammary to keep him from talking. I killed no man of that name. Read over the report again if you like. The victim was a traveler by the name of Shady Smith, about whom we know little else. Can't seriously think I knew he was that particular fugitive. Oh, we're not out of the woods yet. I gotta blow my nose real quick, and then I think we're gonna finish this thing. Don't go anywhere. All right.
Objection!
Okay, then why did you kill him? I plead my right to remain silent. Remember, this court did not convene to put me on trial. The defendant's name is Vera Misham, suspected in the murder of her father. My trial's been finished for 6 months now. I am afraid we have strayed considerably from our purpose here. This court concurs with the witness. It is defendant Vera Misham who is on trial here. No! But we're doing so well, Apollo. As long as there's no evidence to support the accusation against him, this course of inquiry cannot find Vera Misham innocent.
Objection!
Your Honor, Phoenix Wright spent 7 years collecting this evidence.
Objection!
You still don't get it, do you? Let us assume there was poison in the nail polish. Who then was responsible for causing Vera Misham to bite her nails? What? It wasn't me, I know that much. The one who brought that poison to her lips was you. What? Evidence is everything. There's nothing more. I believe this discussion has reached its conclusion. Your Honor! Mr. Justice, you have performed admirably well for a novice attorney. I respect your partner, Phoenix Wright's determination as well. However, without direct proof, you have nothing. Isn't that right, Clavier? Unfortunately, yes, Christoph, you're right. That is, you would have been right until now. What? Did the news not reach your desk in solitary? The eyes of the nation are on this courtroom today. This is the trial case for a new judicial system. That's right. I'd totally forgotten. The jurist system. Jurists, you say? The current judicial system has been deemed too closed off from society. This new system attempts to inject the wisdom of common citizens into the law. Common citizens? Wisdom? This is some kind of a joke. Possibly gain by doing this. Trusting our judicial system to a mindless, emotional mob of irrational mouth breathers. Common citizens have something called common sense. Common sense is not restricted by the law. Nonsense. There's only room for two in this courtroom, me and the law. Keep the riffraff out. Out, I say. They're not in the court, actually. They're watching everything by video camera. How could you allow this? Incidentally, the one responsible for making this happen was Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright? So, everything was leading to this. Of course. Right. 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 Oh, shit! Ooh! Oh, damn! We sassed him so hard we destroyed his hairdo. Holy shit. Well, don't forget, Doc Belvin, this has been in, he's been in jail for 6 months. Behold, my chickens! Here they come, home to roost. Oh, I won't accept. I can't accept. This is no court. The law is everything. Law is absolute. You're that ignorant swine soil your courts. Christoph, it's over. Clavier! The law is absolute? You can't be serious. What? Odd. Thought you spent your life looking for loopholes. The law isn't absolute. It's filled with contradictions. Law is the end product of many years of history, fruit of human knowledge, like a gem polished to a gleam through trials and errors. It is this fruit we receive and pass on and face in our time. Always changing, growing. Nurturing it is our task as human beings. Except for you, Christoph. You aren't changing. You've stopped. You're not needed anymore. Couldn't think of anything to say. Maybe because I still haven't seen enough. But someday I'll know what law is. And I'll fight to change it if I have to. I see no need for further prolonging the trial. This begins the trial of Vera Misham, accused of murdering her father. Painter Drew Misham. However, several other incidents were reviewed and we seem to have reached a conclusion. Yeah, he went Super Saiyan. That was amazing. That was absolutely worth the wait. Apollo wants to know what law is, and he wants us to show him. I'm not sure I'm ready for that kind of commitment, Apollo. I'm sorry. Did someone call for ignorant swine? Oh, God. Before this court declares a verdict, I await your decision. Jurists of the court. For the death of Drew Misham, how do you find the defendant, Vera Misham? Innocent or guilty? I turn to you now to consider this matter. October 9th, 12:48 p.m., Jurist Chambers. This ends the trial for this case. Only the verdict remains to be decided. Defendant Vera Misham is currently in intensive care. If a decision cannot be reached today, it may never be reached. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? So, she's guilty. Or was there another reason for Mr. Misham's death? Did another person poison him? So, she's innocent. panel has been provided for each of you to input your decisions. That is all. Please, wait. Yes, jurist number 6? There's something in the jurist handbook here. Persons involved with a case may not be jurists. That is correct. I've looked into all your dossiers. None of you were involved with the development of the case. With this development of the case, I see. Does that answer your concern? It's time for your verdicts. Make your decision in the case against Vera Misham. 7 years. Truth is ready to be heard. Judge wisely. Judge well. Ooh, alright. This is on us? I mean, like, she's clearly not guilty. But what was that question she was asking? That was odd. Yeah, interesting highlighting the wording. Why were they asking about people involved? I don't know, but she's not guilty. She didn't do it, so that makes this pretty easy. Wait, what? Wait, hang on. And so a verdict was reached on October 9th, 2:14 p.m. First verdict under the jurist system. Innocent by unanimous decision. The record will show that when the verdict was announced, special witness Christoph Gavin laughed. Laughed louder than any ever heard before or since. Laugh that echoed in the halls of justice, lingering for what seemed like hours. October 10th, 8:30 a.m., the morning after the trial. In an intensive care ward, a true miracle occurred. Vera Misham opened her eyes. October 10th, 10:12 a.m., Hickfield Clinic. Vera, I'm so glad. Oh, don't cry, Apollo. I'm happy too. And proud. You did well, Apollo. When I thought about, what if Vera... Hey now, don't you start crying too. I'm sorry you had to see us like... I'm sorry you had to see us like this. Aww. Vera? Thank you so much, Apollo. Thank you. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pressed you like that. If I hadn't, you never would have bitten your nails. No, I was wrong. Staying locked inside like that, clinging to my good luck charm. Vera. When I opened my eyes, I saw you. I finally understood. It's important to be a part of the world. To see things with your own eyes. Like that poison had some effect after all. Killed off whatever was holding Vera back from life. I knew you'd pull through, Vera. I mean, that's what Apollo was fighting for the whole time. Your future. I won't forget it. Here, let me thank you. No, really, it's okay. Oh my god, that's adorable! Was sharing a room with Phoenix? Poor girl. I mean, at least he had some DVDs to watch. Oh, look, it's me! I love it! Thanks! Is that me? You really captured your essence, Apollo. Well, I think so at least. That reminds me. You know where the other lawyer is? The other lawyer? Oh, you mean Daddy? Except he's not a lawyer anymore. My fault, isn't it? I'm sorry. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. No, it's okay. I'm through looking away from the things I've done. Hope I can look him in the eyes again someday and apologize. I'm sure he'd be happy to hear that. He brought all those things for me when he came to visit earlier. Oh, this isn't Apollo's room, he just dropped off all the stuff. You mean that stack of videos? Mr. Wright finished watching them all. You know, I knew my real daddy was alive. Huh? I was there 7 years ago, remember? I was the one who helped him vanish from the courtroom. You two, how? I'm not telling. Promise me, that day you went away. May not meet again for some time, Trucy. Know this, I will be watching. One day I shall return. The next Grammary, after all. He apologized. Yeah. It's, especially since these were originally for, I don't know if this one was, but a lot of them were originally for Game Boy Advance. They had to be really, really conservative with assets because there's only so much storage room on the cartridges. Oh, Trucy. In the end, he couldn't keep that promise, could he? Okay, Phoenix is my daddy now, even if he can't really play the piano. That he can't. Oh, and I've got you too, even if your voice is kind of loud sometimes. Glad I made your list. Hey, come to think of it, where is Daddy? Owner can't play. Do you know Apollo? I think he said he had to meet someone. I wonder. Maybe it's a new mommy. That is a thing that Apollo Justice does not want to think about, now or ever. Hey, Nerdcode Geode, welcome in. Oh, you're playing this as well. Awesome. Are you enjoying it? This is my very first time through. I'm having a really good time with it. I like it. Oh, this one was for DS. All right, so it was the original trilogy was for Game Boy Advance, right? I think so. He only had 3 days left till his official retirement. Oh, Trucy? Huh? Yes, Pharaoh? I was wondering, could you show him to me once more? Sir Hat, was it? Oh, he's not been knighted. Yet. Here goes. Do us an impersonation, Mr. Hat. Objection. Not loud enough. And I like Ms. Magic Underwear better anyway. That's Magic Panties, Apollo. Played through each of the main ones they released in the US a few times. It's fair to say I like the series. Well, that is awesome. That is awesome. I know I'd heard a lot of people like this one the least, and like, I can see how it's weak in comparison, but it's still a very good game. I'm having a blast with it. So, your memories returned. Mr. Wright, was this all a part of your plan too? I don't know what you're talking about. When I lost my memory, I was reborn as Labo. Oh God! Absolutely everything was connected. Oh shit! My coworker despised Apollo's gimmick of spotting witness stills. Like, I think that makes a lot of sense for a lawyer. I like that. Dun dun dun. But you knew my true identity, did you not? That is why you chose me as one of your jurists. Ah, you're thinking into it too much. Besides, there's no guarantee that regaining your memory would make you happy. Of course, it is a happy thing. So long I thought I was alone. Now I know I have children. 2 dear children. So proud of them. This too, I think, is thanks to you. You gonna tell them? They do not know? Nope. They don't know their mother. They don't even know their siblings. I will go to them when the time is right. Until then, Don't worry, I'll take care of them for you. They're very important to me too. A little annoying at times, but still. I have to keep an eye on her at least. Because I'm the only one who knows how she really feels on the inside. Oh, your bracelet. Yes? Seen a lot of mysterious things these past 7 years. Your bracelets were the strangest of all. I'm sorry, even stranger than a serial killer possessing some people?
I remember meeting him half a year ago now in Christoph Gavin's office. Then I met you. Two fates destined to intertwine, and I was there when they crossed. I'll never forget that. Such a small thing, that bullet, yet it tore who I was away. "10 years ago, during a simple rehearsal. It was a miracle no one died, but I didn't survive that accident. That is why I left the troupe, my family. Now my memory is returned. I am myself once more. First time, I am glad to be alive, Mr. Wright. Speaking of miracles, Vera Mission regained consciousness this morning. I only hope she's as glad as you are. It is a strange thing, fate. Sometimes a life is taken, sometimes a life is spared. You know what I've been thinking? People don't die that easily, really. As long as they've got something worth living for. And that's pretty much the end of my story. For now, anyway. So I got a long way to go. And this power of mine, well, it needs some work. But there's hope now. We'd lost it, but somehow we found it again. That's why people are smiling again. Hope. Yeah, I think I'll keep at this lawyer thing for a while. Oops, training time. Gotta go. Cords of steel, here comes justice!
Objection!
Ladies and gentlemen, Apollo Justice Ace Attorney.
I'm glad you're staying with the agency, Apollo.
It's like I found my long-lost big little brother. Oh, and don't you worry about Troop Grammary. Shusey's on the case.
Now that I have this, thanks to Daddy.
Shusey Grammary? Frankly, I got my doubts, but Hat Grammary, now that'll pack him in. Oh, and we get one last montage of everybody at the end. I love it. You couldn't have chosen guilty? By God, I've tried. Oh, God. It's not every day you get a trial that rocks harder than one of our gigs, yeah? That's why it's over. The Gaviners are breaking up. The news caused a run on tissues at supermarkets nationwide. You're the real stars now. I look forward to our next jam session. And so modest, too. See, I thought I heard, at least in the original version, you could choose guilty and it led to a bad end. Could be wrong. Well, it's finally over. You know, thinking about it, I've been a piano player longer than I was a lawyer. Now that everything's sorted and I've got time on my hands, maybe I'll take some lessons. Or maybe I'll take the bar exam again. Seems like it's super easy to pass in this world, so you'd be a shoo-in right there. Yeah, they should have left. If they wanted him to shine, they should have left Phoenix out of the game. That's all there is to it. Because that's what they did in the Edgeworth games, and it worked. It let Edgeworth stand on his own. So, I was standing around eating snackoos the other day, when I got this crazy idea. What if they were golden? You could augment the crunch, or better yet, make them ding. Ah, the power of science. Although the preservatives might not be 100% safe. Yeah, that's what I think when I think of snacks. I'm like, do they make a fun noise? I don't care how they taste or if they're poisoning me from the inside out. Do they make a fun noise? Oh, Emma. In unlikely event you are wanting Russian feast, come to Borscht Bowl Club. The only thing colder than restaurant is borscht. No, but the greater challenge is being required. Then come to the hideout. You know who to ask for. Oh, Olga. Hopefully you end up in prison someday, because you're fucking terrifying. Very on brand for Emma, definitely, definitely. Yeah, don't spoil anything for the next couple games. I haven't played those yet either, but we will be playing those. We will get to those.
So, Kentucky pastries is getting back to its eastern roots. Spread the culture and all. Yo, boss, culture time! This is how we write root, capiche? But we're still about giving back to the people. Yo, boss, PR time! And this is how we write people, alright? Not that Walkie's paying any attention. Whew, kids. They kind of do look like the landlords from Kung Fu Hustle. That's a fun movie. Oh, God. Missoy! Chinese characters on cake was a fly idea like 3,000 years ago. Believe that. Man, you want to make it today? You gotta keep it real, you know what I'm saying? Yo, that's why I made the OG cracker, for real! I know it don't look like no cracker, G. What, you want me to call it the OG muffin? I want you to never talk again, Walkie. That's what I want. Oh God, please, if we can have that. But yeah, it is still my intention to finish playing the entire series, so we'll get to it. I don't know where all this talk about food is coming from. You ask me, there's only one food, and that's noodles. Noodles forever. I got a new one too. See, this time, I just put a big chunk of salt in the bowl. Why pretend? Elduin's noodles is about the salt. Salt forever! I am not going to try that. That sounds disgusting. What the hell? Oh yeah, the villains are super fun in these games. My exceptionally inquisitive nature has won my unequivocal admiration in my department. You see, they used to call me Wesley Stinkler and Wesley Sticky Hands. But no longer. I have a new name, one that reflects my true academic nature. Wesley Sicko, reporting. Yes, curiosity is a sickness, and I am the cure. I don't think that's that. You know what? That's fine. You're happy for yourself, you creepy, disgusting human being. Roll with it. Yeah, no old bang in this game. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Every time I play one of these games, I'm just waiting for it to come up like a landmine. Yeah, those noodles are definitely gonna kill someone. I don't know how to thank you for all you've done. Light has returned to my life, and with it, joy. I may have lost years, but I've gained a treasure. 2 treasures, in fact. I will think of them when I write my next song. Holy crap! That was a bit of a twist there. He just wanted to know how the magic panties work, that's all. Brushel. Brushel here, back on the beat with another interview. Eh? How do I feel about how things turned out? No scoop yet, but journalist confidence in mint condition. End quote! If you didn't notice, I had a lot of fun doing his voice. I think that was probably the most fun I had doing voices in the game. I went so hard for him. I think he's at the jail interviewing somebody. I've decided to keep painting. Originals only, of course. Suppose I'll have to see a bit of the world outside to find what to paint. But I know there are good people out there now. I've met them. The door is open. The world is waiting. Thank you. Yeah, I think he was there interviewing somebody. I was having so much fun with his voice. There's always somebody in every game that I like have just a blast voice. Like, he was my favorite here. Oh, look at that. That is adorable. Our 2 protagonists and our creepy wooden facsimile of a man. Oh, that's awesome! Congrats, you've unlocked a special bonus in the music and background settings screen. Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Commemorative by Kazuya Nuri. That was really cute. It was super cute, oh my God. Unfortunately, we can't go check it out yet. Because I've been told that the museum feature in this game that has a bunch of like concept art and stuff also has just mountains of spoilers if you haven't played any of the games. And since we've only played one of 3 on the collection, it's gonna be a while before we can check all that out. But just more motivation for us to actually, finish the series. Which I'm gonna. I'm not stopping here. We're gonna continue on with the series. Not immediately. Of course, we always put some time between the games, but yeah. Next up in sequence is going to be Dual Destinies, which is a big breaking point in the series. Because this is a bit of a farewell for Phoenix Wright. This is the last game to use 2D animated sprites. Starting with Dual Destinies, they move over to full 3D. And also, if you notice, they've been reusing a lot of both music and sound effects throughout the series. For example, the judge's gavel sound is literally the same sound from the first game. But starting with the next game, because it was on the 3DS and they had a lot more power to play with and better speakers, starting with that game, they decided to re-record all of the audio and sounds. So even though this is part 1 of a trilogy, there's a huge break in the series right here. So yeah, this is the farewell to Phoenix Wright as we knew it, as the old nostalgic 2D graphics. I'm gonna miss that a lot, and honestly, I don't know how I'm gonna feel about 3D graphics, but I'm willing to give it a shot. We will check it out. We will see what we see, and we'll see. The Jackhammer of Justice. I kind of want to see a wrestler use that as their nickname. That seems like that'd be perfect. Oh yeah, Zero Escape was kind of bad for that too. Optional unlockables being spoilery. At least in this game, there's literally a pop-up the first time you boot the game saying, hey, if you haven't beaten all 3 of the games, just go back. Don't click on anything here. You're gonna spoil the shit out of yourself. So thank you, game, for putting that in there. I appreciate that. Whew. So yeah, I'm curious to see it as well. We'll see how it works out. And also, I'll just remind all of you, in case you want to get hyped for that game, Dual Destinies is the game that has a DLC where Phoenix Wright is in court defending a killer whale. Like actual Shamu killer whale. For murder. That's the thing that happens in that game. As you do. I haven't played it yet, but I've heard about it, and I'm like, oh my god, I need to see this. And we're very lucky, too, because the orca is literally in court. Thank you for asking. That is the thing that happens. So for a while, this DLC was in tremendous danger, because originally this DLC was only available from the 3DS store, which you cannot buy new things on the 3DS store anymore. You can only download what you've already purchased, and honestly, that's probably going away at some point too. So for a while, it was looking like this thing was going to disappear and would never be purchasable again. But luckily, now we have the Phoenix Wright collection for PC, and it does have the DLC. So now anybody should be able to buy it anytime they want to. It is safe, which is a huge relief. Let me tell you, I was honestly really nervous about that. Like, the idea of a Phoenix Wright case disappearing for all time, that broke my heart. So I'm glad it's safe now. That is a really good thing. Oh yeah, absolutely. Just heartbreaking. So far ahead, they became animal wrongs. I am so excited for that case. That sounds absolutely zany. But for right now, we have finished the game. It is super duper late. I am starting to lose my voice from all of the voice acting. So I am going to need to take a break. I got to get some lunch. And I gotta start getting set up on our next game, because this means next week we're gonna be playing something else, which, if you haven't seen it so far, is going to be El Paso Elsewhere, a very cool indie third-person action game that takes a lot of inspiration from Max Payne. So I'm excited to show that off. That sudden turnabout in the schedule again, I think that one was pretty well choreographed. That Toon Forest journalist again. I'm gonna miss voicing him with the newsboy voice.
The accused got declared guilty and the actual criminal rewrote the story. That jurist decision again, that was a very minor change to the case. I thought there'd be more differences to the trial overall from that, but still, it was impactful. It was impactful. I kind of like how, Phoenix knew he had no way to prove the case, so he literally rewrote the judicial system to get the job done. Jesus Christ. But for right now, we do have one last thing to do before we call it quits. That's Super Saiyan criminal again. Glad we didn't have to get him into jail after that. That was terrifying. So hey, let's see who all else is online. So if you are not done watching Twitch for the day, maybe I can send you somewhere cool. I would like the opportunity to try, if nothing else. And while I am looking to see who all is live, a couple things you might want to do if you haven't done them already. First and foremost, you're probably going to want to hit follow if you haven't already. That'll be the easiest way to find me. If you want to see, stop by again. You can also enable notifications if you like. That'll let you know when I go live. I know I find that useful sometimes. Also, a couple of links in chat you might want to check out if you haven't already. We've got a link to my Discord. If you'd like to chat with me and the rest of the community outside of the stream, feel free to jump in there. And we also have a link to my YouTube if you'd like to check out any of the games I've played in the past, including this makes number 6. Or no, this is number 6. This is the 6th Ace Attorney game we played all the way through. Plenty of those to watch up there, plenty of other games, including if you like murder mysteries, lots of good murder mysteries up there. So feel free to poke around there. And having said all that, I think I see where we are headed, because we've got somebody playing a game that he told me he's liking. And honestly, it's a game I have no experience with. So I gotta check this thing out. Nerd Code Geode, I'm glad you had a fun time here. And thanks for stopping by, I appreciate it. Thank you everybody for stopping by. I appreciate having you folks here. I always have a blast hanging out with all you folks. And thank you for indulging me as I play some weird and obscure games. I know sometimes I'm playing stuff people haven't heard of, or stuff people don't think they might like, so I always appreciate when people say, you know, I'll trust Shade in this one. I'll check out what he's got and I'll see if I like it, so thank you for that. But today we are going to go on a raid to very good friend of the stream, Tandagasa, an excellent retro streamer. He is today playing Ultima Underworld 2. Now, I have zero experience with the Ultima series, so it's all new to me, but I've heard the Underworld games are good, so I am going to want to check this thing out. So why don't you join me over there, say hi to Tanda, hang out for a bit, throw him a follow if you like what he's doing. But hey, if you've got other things to do, I will just say, as I always do, have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're at in the world, and I will see you folks next week for El Paso Elsewhere. Take care of yourselves till then, everybody.